Okay, good morning. Okay, good morning. Again, for everyone, welcome to Szczecin. For most of you, it's a first visit in Szczecin. We are very glad to see you here, especially in this outstanding circumstances. We are a little bit pity for the weather. Sorry for that. The order was made, but you know, delivery is a second thing. So, welcome again. We start our workshops, our project workshops. I want you to know that for the first day, our transnational workshops is transferred online. Oh, yeah. So that we use microphones because we want our guests online to hear every our word. So organizational thing, if you are presenting something, please use microphone, but also for people who want to join discussion or have questions, we have also microphones on our boards, on our tables, so please use them. Thank you very much. And for now, for the first day of our workshops, I want to welcome our guests. First of all, Mrs. Maria Czerniecka from Polish Entrepreneurship Fund. Yes, this is Maria, hello. Some of you already know Maria from our workshops in the Netherlands. And also Mrs. Monika Mierzyńska-Kaczmarek from Technopark Pomerania Technological Park in Szczecin. Also we have our special guest, Mrs. Cezary Molski. As you know, he will present partnership project GRID, representing Mazovian Agency of Energy. Yes. And Mr. Krzysztof Żarna, representing the Marshal's Office of West Pomeranian Voivodeship. So now you meet all our guys, and as always, our main presenter, Ania, will speak soon. I just want to tell you one organizational matter. After lunch, there is one extra presentation of Mr. Paweł Szeremet from Marshal Office of West Pomeranian Region. Most of you already know him. After that, people who are still sleeping in Novotel can have 10 up to 15 minutes break, change clothes if you want, and then we will go on our guided tour. So thank you again. I hope you have this wonderful time in our city. See you today and tomorrow. And now the voice goes to the studio.
Good morning. Ooh, it works. So good morning. Just to introduce myself, my name is Anja Prislan. I come from E-Institute from Slovenia. We are an expert partner in the project CROWDFUNDMATCH. Together with Marke Region, we are coordinating this project. And today and tomorrow, it's already our 6th project meeting and 5th transnational workshop, so time flies. So this is actually our last implementing period of the project. What that means? That means that we already have a lot of things in the implementation, so I hope that today's sharing of information about the pilot projects and also about the potential policy change that can be recommended through the experience of our project will be interesting for all of us. Maybe just to go through quickly through the today's agenda. Today's workshop is structured from 3 parts. Like I mentioned, the first part is dedicated to our fund matching pilot campaigns. We also have a new pilot in our group of project partners. So in this spring's call, Romanian partners applied for their crowdfund matching testing, and the pilot was approved. So finger crossed, everything will go according to plans, and that we will have a new pilot in our family. They already mentioned that this will be the record by the projects, because usually projects don't have so many pilot projects. But great news. So great news. And then we will have a short coffee break. And then the part 2, it's more dedicated to the potential policy change that can be inspired from the pilot projects and also from the project experience that is shared among partners. So we will share information about that. Then we have a guest project which will be presented, I hope so. It's called Project Grid CE, so it's green transition in Central Europe. It's more oriented towards using the crowdfunding for the energy-related projects. So we are looking forward to hear a little bit about that. And afterwards, we will have half an hour for the lunch break. And then the third part of the workshop will be dedicated to the regional innovation ecosystem presentation, just to learn something about that, since we are here in Szczecin. I hope I pronounced it similarly as supposed to. I've been practicing and just asking people how to say it correctly. So I hope I'll learn in these 3 days. And then for the afternoon, I think that Martina and Joanna will share some more information logistically how we will work this out. But yeah, really looking forward to today's workshop, and yeah, let's begin. Maybe we can start with the marker. Your always choice, George. Yeah. Let me just find. Do you have one for both? No. Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah. Okay. Just pilot now. Maybe it's easier. Let's just now focus on the pilot, so it's more smooth, and then we can maybe discuss the policy part. Okay, because I think that the policy part will be a little bit shorter. Maybe some partners have something to share, some maybe not yet. Maybe just yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Giorgio Tangerlini, for who doesn't know me. I work for Marca Region Unit Industry, Craftsmanship and Credit. And so, with regard to our pilot project, today I would like to share 2 examples. Actually, the first 2 enterprise on the list that I find very interesting, and they are similar but different at the same time. In my opinion, it could help to understand why each of these campaigns could have succeeded in the crowdfunding. So the first one on the left is Campogiano. The second one on the right, Associazione Malta. Here, after we're sharing the slide, if you're interested in, you can click on the link to see all the more details, then I'll show you. So, Campogiano is an enterprise who developed an app that, that you can use to discover local towns, territories, I mean, in a fun way. For example, you can use this app with a treasure hunt. So you can discover these places, you can discover something new, something hidden. And on the other hand, Associazione Malta, it's a cultural enterprise, so different sectors. This enterprise organized a 5 days workshop in Apiro, which is a very small town 2,000 inhabitants in the inner part of our region. They want to write a play for the theater using both people with a scientific background from the Biology University of Ancona, the main town in Marche region, and on the other hand, people with experience in theater. And the aim of this campaign, of this project, was to write a play about the climate change called La Casa in fondo al mare. It means the house at the bottom of the sea. So here you can find other details for both of campaigns: the starting date, the ending date, the target, the regional prize, so actually the real matching with public funds. So they are quite similar with regards to these features. The difference, in my opinion, that can explain the next slides are the experience. Campogiano is the first experience in crowdfunding, whereas Associazione Malta, it's the second one. Even if this, not even, also this first experience was on the theater field, so it was quite similar. And so, as I told, the importance of the experience can be shown also in this slide, because for Campogiano, not having any experience, they found as a point of strength for their campaign the training sessions, the technical assistance by the crowdfunding platform, plus the market region promotion. I mean, when they went out to try to reach out to as many people as possible, it was useful for them to say, oh, our project is or could be financed by market region, so the regional public authority. So it's something that could be seen as trustworthy. And another strength, in my opinion, is that organizing a public event they did in Gradara, which is a lovely town with a medieval castle, very known in Italy, not only in our region. They used this event on the one hand to promote the app, so their product, they're good, and on the other hand to collect funds for the crowdfunding campaign. So they merged these two aims. And in my opinion, the last main strength for them was the great ability to plan their activities. Here I wrote down the kind of time sheet. So they used the first 2 weeks to reach families, colleagues, friends, plus 1 month to reach enterprises, because they kind of tailored their campaign both to people who can use the app, but also on local enterprises like B&Bs, hotels, restaurants, so very, very small, but could be interesting in let this app be used so that you can attract people in your territory, so you can host them. And even if they meet the Easter break, so they kind of lost 10 days during the crowdfunding campaign. So the last point was this. I mean, I told this as my opinion, excellent plan, because I have to point out that our crowdfunding is all or nothing, based on all or nothing scheme. So you have to reach the 100% of the target. Otherwise, you lose both the private funds, and the public funds. Actually, they reached the goal at the 57th day out of 60. 60 days was the maximum duration of the crowdfunding campaign, and they had always been quite confident to get this goal because they were already in contact with local shops, local restaurants. So then we'll see another slide that, my opinion, could really let us understand this thing. So this is Campogiano. With regard to Associazione Malte, take into consideration that was their second experience in 2018. This problem to try to reach out to potential donors wasn't a crucial problem for them because they had already had a network that works. So it was just to push for them to donate and to ask them to reach out to other people, so to spread this kind of network. And in Malta case, instead of setting up a public event, they used a web radio in order to increase the community also in this climate change topic. So, I mean, how they behaved was quite different to Campogiano. So they pushed on the use of social media to push on people within their network. So these are, in my opinion, the strength points of both campaigns. So they are different, but maybe it's tailored on their campaigns, on their target, on their projects, sorry. And so I called them, both of them, to ask you what's your strengths, in your opinion, but I asked them also what us as Marche region could have improved. I mean, with reference to the public call. And once again, the answers are different because they are different, the projects. So for Campogiano, there were two main problems. The first one is the timing that we approved to set up the campaign and to raise the money. They would have appreciated 1 month more because they needed time to reach out to potential donors. Sorry. And the other thing that I find personally quite interesting is that to have, on the one hand, okay, the support of the crowdfunding platform to set up the campaign, all the materials, video, text, and so on. But on the other hand, kind of tailored support to reach out to people. So it's, in my opinion, a good tip because the crowdfunding platform does not offer this kind of service. So it's a good suggestion, in my opinion. And whereas for Malta, I'm smiling, but the main problem for them was to be sure how the VAT works, because in our case it's a reward crowdfunding, so the main aspect are rewards, but we should have paid more attention on let them know that the rewards actually it's kind of traditional selling, so it's just like you're selling your service or your goods as usual. So when you're write your budget, you have to take into consideration that VAT would be applied, if any. So, I mean, if I want to reply in a bureaucratic way, the taxation, I mean, the region is not in charge of the taxation. The National Ministry of Economy is in charge, but we could have at least say, please pay attention to this aspect because it could have an impact on your campaign. So this is the last slide for this part. So Campogiano with the hard blue line on the bottom. So as you can see, they reached the 100% line just at the end, whereas the Malta, which is the orange one, it was like a more regular trend. This is the raising trend. So during the 60 days of maximum period of raising. I don't know if there are any questions.
Any questions, comments? I mean, yeah. It's okay. Oh, you have one there. Okay.
Test. On the specific red line, you see?
Yeah.
Studio idea.
Yeah.
You see a big. Well, did something special at that time?
Yeah, they managed an event just like. They managed an event with potential stakeholders. So that's the moment when they raised a lot of funds.
And also at the beginning, so the projects we did, for example, most of the two companies started already with gathering money before the crowdfunding originally started. I see you all started at 0 at day 1. Did you also did that at the beginning? Because
Sorry, I can't hear.
you can have a rough start if you don't collect any money prior to the start of the funding round. Why didn't you do that? Because you started literally at 0 on day 1. You understand the question, or?
No, sorry.
The thing, if you want to start a crowdfunding round to activate the crowd, it's better to start already with some money in the funding. So don't start on 0.
By the enterprise side, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they are all these enterprise, none of them are new, I mean, so they have private funds for them to start. Also because they, yeah. It was just my curiosity to see when all of them reach the goal.
It's interesting to see that, and nicely shown in the graph.
Thanks.
Yeah, maybe just to comment, or maybe somebody else would like to have a question or a comment. Yeah. I think that all the things that you've mentioned are very important for the SMEs to understand. The one was, as now you mentioned, you know, to have friends and potential investors ready. So when you officially launch, there's always something on the day 1, 2, 3, so that it pushes the trend. And the second thing is what the first company mentioned is time for the campaign. This is something that we had experienced in our first crowdfunding project. Usually the companies that didn't have any experience with crowdfunding needed like 3 to 4 months to get ready, and especially because you, like we were discussing now, you need to have investors ready just to use this channel. So you need some time to build the crowd, to build the community. So I think it's very important feedback from the company if the region will decide to use that kind of instrument, just to give the companies a little bit more time, because 2 months it's quite a tight limit. And about VAT and reward basing, this is something that in Slovenia we always had these questions regarding VAT, because by Slovenian law, the reward-based crowdfunding is pre-selling. So everybody had to, everybody that did that kind of a campaign, they pre-issued like pre-invoice or something like that. So it's basically just just selling everybody, yeah.
Yeah, in Italy, it's more clear, the financial crowdfunding than the reward one.
Here we are
with regard to the taxation.
Yeah, because this part is not regulated. So startup and SMEs were always asking us about this VAT. So it may look funny, but it's very important to from the company point of view to know how to do that. You know,
and in Italy, at least, it depends. Which is the donor? It's an enterprise or an individual? The kind of enterprise which is raising the money, so it's quite complicated. And in Italy, unluckily, the VAT is 22%. So in a budget, when you write a budget, so it's not.
And then it depends on the VAT status of the organization or SMEs. It's with this VAT, it can get complicated if you're also publishing crowdfunding campaign on global platform. Then if you're pre-selling some of your future products to specific countries, then you have to also know this obligatory legal reference regarding that as well. So it's, for companies, this is quite demanding. So yeah. Maybe just to any other questions or thoughts? Maybe just a question for you now that you went. I know that you will do another round.
No, man. It was just if one day we'll. I mean, okay, no. Under this campaign, we'll be we are in the second round.
Yeah.
I'll tell in the next
Later.
part. Or?
Okay, okay. Then I will save my question for the second part. Good, thank you, Giorgio.
Welcome.
Next. Yeah.
I'm Annabelle from the Extremadura region in Spain, the regional government, Directorate General for Enterprise. And, well, I will update you as far as I can with our pilots. We decided, if you remember, maybe, well, you're not all the partners, but we decided in our region to launch 2 pilots at the same time to test, on the one hand, reward-based crowdfunding campaigns, and the second hand, crowd equity campaign. So it has been, or it is being, quite challenging to organize everything at legal level, especially. But last month, we finally were able to launch the dissemination campaign about our pilots and the grants that we will be giving to the projects. So this is the formal image of the brand of the campaigns, the pilots. I cannot use that. Okay. So our program, in a nutshell, the aim is to support business projects that seek financing through crowdfunding. Any kind of SME can participate, including self-employed people. They have to be to have their legal base in our region to be able to access the grants. And about the type of projects that we will be financing, there are two kinds, especially thinking about the 2 lines that we will be launching in our grant pilot. First, for the reward-based crowdfunding campaigns, we are thinking about projects that are in the pre-seed or seed phase, more smaller than small businesses in general. And we would like to focus on new products or services or pre-sales. That would be our target for that pilot. And then in the second pilot linked to crowd equity, we would like to attract technology startups or innovative companies. Even if they are old companies, but they would need to have high impact in some strategic sectors of the region, like agro industry, for example. We're thinking of this kind of companies. As for the support that we will provide to them, there will be training, general training for both kind of crowdfunding, with the first phase on awareness raising webinars, just to disseminate the program, even though we are already disseminating it at specialized events, general information in the region, and traditional, let's say, governmental channels. So we are disseminating it a lot and trying to to involve our regional stakeholders also for the dissemination and explaining them the aim of the pilot. Then the companies or the entrepreneurs that will be developing the campaigns will receive personalized support to design and to launch their campaigns. So there will be pre-campaign, during the campaign and post-campaign advice. Also on these legal terms that you've been mentioning, for example, Giorgio, because we think it's really important, and well, there are many things to take into account in that sense. And we will have 2 digital platforms to support the pilots. One for crowd equity, which is a platform that has to be accredited by a national authority. And another one for reward-based crowdfunding that will be developed ad hoc for us. And as for the campaigns or the projects that reach the 100% objective, they will receive up to 50% of the money they were able to raise in their campaign. Okay, so how we are going to do it? Hopefully before the end of February. I'm saying that because we have had, well, yesterday afternoon, we are on the last step of publishing our regional decree for the grants, but we had one obstacle. Another obstacle? A legal report of 20 pages of the general lawyers of the region that said, well, they've raised some issues in our decree, such as the criteria. They believe they are not as objective as they should be to grant the money. What else? There are several things we've went through just now, but so we've gone through just now about their recommendations, let's say. But we will only be able to launch the decree, hopefully, in 2 weeks, hopefully. I will keep you updated on that. In any case, we have our intention is to launch a regional decree with these 2 lines of granting, and at the same time, in parallel, we will have this assistance and this training for the entrepreneurs. I've put the references of both our decree and both the contract that we've launched, the public procurement for the consultancy to assist the entrepreneurs, because I really think that we are going to become a case study. Yeah, a case study on what you should do, what you should not do, what could be the obstacles to launch such a pilot. So yes, definitely we'll be experts in regional legal problems. So, okay, so the decree, the objective of the grant is to co-finance, as I was saying, business projects that are promoted by SMEs in our region. And part of the objective is that they raise funds through crowdfunding. The important thing, just to highlight, it has to be a new project that they have to develop in the region. It cannot be for a project that they are already investing in or something, and it has to be aligned with the objective they have to grow their company or to explore new innovative services, or if they want to develop new products, etc. And the same SME can only submit 1 application in each call. Okay, so these are the 2 platforms that we will be using for the pilots. Finally, for the crowd equity contract, we will have Sigo, which is it's the best position crowd equity platform in Spain. So hopefully our projects, when they get there, will have a lot of visibility, and we hope, well, they are successful in getting the money. Definitely, they are very professional, and they have a very good panel of investors. So we have been in conversation with them also when we were designing the pilot and designing the decree, and also the the support program for the entrepreneurs. So that we were really aligned with what they were seeking. So hopefully we reach the quality that they ask for the project to be financed. And as for the reward-based crowdfunding, there is a company, in Spain, which is called CROWDFUNDMATCH. They are one of the most well-positioned also experts in Spain in terms of reward-based crowdfunding, and they offer the possibility to develop your own crowdfunding platform. So it's very positive for us, because we can really personalize and adapt it as we want. So we think it's a good point. And there is one interesting thing about this platform, and it's linked to what you were showing, Giorgio. And you were asking from the Netherlands about the events. They offer the possibility to collect money for the campaigns offline. So we think it's a good opportunity also for the projects and for the SMEs to collect some money at some events, because we know that it can be really useful for them to better reach their targets. Okay, about the costs that will be eligible, I think I already showed that last meeting, but there will be personal costs, external consultancy expenses, acquisition of tools, equipment, production costs, communication costs, logistics, financial costs that would be linked to the crowdfunding platform, especially the crowd equity, that there is a high cost from the transactions that are carried out on them, and indirect cost, because we think that it's good to have this category of cost. Otherwise, there are always some eligible costs that could not enter under the previous categories. As it is money from ERDF, there are some exclusions that are the normal ones, and the concept that are excluded, for example, is the VAT also, which is also included in all of them. Okay, about maximum amounts, as I told you, there will be two lines, one for crowd equity projects and one for reward-based crowdfunding. So for the reward-based crowdfunding, the maximum amount will be 20,000 euros, and half of the money will come from the grant if they reach the objective of the campaign. As for crowd equity, it will be up to 150 euros, and it's the same. They have to reach at least 100% of the objective. They can reach more, but we won't give them more. I saw that it's very similar to yours. Yeah. Oh, I think it was repeated. Yeah. Okay. As for the budget we have for to be allocated among the two pilots, it's 300 euros for co-financing. We estimate that we will be able to co-fund 22 projects among the two lines, and about the calendar, it's going forward and forward. Hopefully we will be, well, that was just for you to understand more or less how it will be working, but we have first to publish the decree, to be able to have the applications of the projects that want to be financed. We will give them 1 month for the public call. Then we have to evaluate, to present a list of accepted projects, and only then they will be able to begin their campaign. So yeah, the schedule is quite tight. Hopefully we will be able to, but as you know, as we've told you several times here, it's really being very difficult at legal internal. The internal process is really difficult. We believe it's both a problem of not understanding what is crowdfunding. Also because we've decided to launch 2 pilots at the same time. It's quite complicated. Crowd equity is difficult also. And yes, yeah, it's very challenging. And we believe that we are also very slow in the internal processes, and that they are it's very hierarchic. I don't know if you can say that, but yeah. Yeah, and the problem is that we don't have access to these upper levels of the administration. So it's one step and then the other step, and then it goes backwards, and then it has to go, and it's always the same. So it's very slow. Hopefully, we will be a good case study, and hopefully also we will be able to launch our pilot in time. But in any case, we worked a lot. Thank you. I cannot, well, we have reports of, legal reports of 60 pages, 60, yes, definitely 60, 20, 25, I don't know how many. Challenging. Please, the questions, easy.
Any questions?
If any.
Yeah. Maybe just a question from my side. You said you now managed to find very good equity platform.
Yeah.
Are they gonna do like a separate session, section for your project, or you're just gonna put the logo on?
There will
what
be.
What is the impact?
No, they told us. Basically, they told us you have too little money. You don't have enough money only just to adapt our platform. So we've done it. There will be an intermediate web page dedicated to the project, but the campaigns will be published in their platform, because it's the idea that it's featured there, so that it has impact. They have impact directly with their investors. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the challenge right now is to really attract the very good projects, so that they are not they can somehow reach the goal of being published even in their platform. But more or less we've agreed that that they maybe should not be so demanding as they are generally for the projects they finance, because our interest is to pilot. So that somehow the idea is that as we are a public regional institution, government, that they will be also testing the feasibility of such of a program like this, also for other administrations. So we convinced them, but let's see. Let's see then afterwards if they really want to publish the projects, and they are flexible as they told us, a little more, at least from what they are.
Yeah, this would be my next question. What is their benefit in their eyes to test something? So it's just to see what kind of projects they can support as well.
Yes, and the idea also is to test somehow this collaboration with public institutions, because they are 100 private. I mean, it's a private world, and it's business and business. Yeah. So the idea is really to see if there are other possibilities of funding projects or investing in projects that can use that input from regional governments. Yeah, let's see. So many learnings, but hopefully we really want to launch the pilot. I mean, everything is. I mean, our director is already talking about the pilot everywhere. So hopefully we will be able to launch it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. I don't know if.
Yeah.
Giorgio.
Maybe it will be written down in the decree, but who will be in charge of assess the projects? I mean, the region, the crowdfunding platforms, or a kind of a mix?
What do you mean in charge?
I mean, who will decide which project to be launched?
Okay, first it is the region,
Okay.
technicians, because that's why the decree has its own criteria. They are aligned with what is thought in crowdfunding platforms. That's why I was telling that we had this conversation previously with, I mean, that was the work that we did before. So for the 2 lines of funding, there are specific criteria to select the projects, and then once it's published at regional level, then they can begin the campaign with the support of the other company, the consultancies.
The crowdfunding platform just hosts the campaigns.
No, it's set in the public procurement contract that we've signed with the company that will be developing or assisting the entrepreneurs. Okay. Yeah. No, it's not owned. It's well, I mean, in the crowd equity campaign pilot, it's owned by the platform because it's their own platform, because it has to be authorized at national level, so we cannot do that on 1 week or 1 month or neither 1 year. And it's not, we don't see the point in doing that because we really want to reach the investors that the platform has already. So. And for the other one, it will be somehow owned by us, but it has a community also behind. Yeah, that was our interest. Not doing something from scratch. Otherwise, we don't have access to this big community that we need.
Thanks. I also had a quick question, and that is about the pilots. So how will you constitute whether these pilots are successful? Is that when they have raised capital or when they have made it successfully? Or are there other learnings that you want to take from it? And will you be able to evaluate? Because when you're going to do 22, maybe you learned something from the first 2. Can you incorporate that in the other ones, or is it the fixed project for 22?
I'm not. I haven't understood the question. Sorry.
So 2 questions. One is, what makes your pilots a success? Is that when it...
The pilot, what makes it sincerely that it's published first? Yeah, no. I mean, I think that if we succeed in launching it, 2 lines in this decree, with all the problems and obstacles that we've seen and we've had, for us it will be a success. The number of projects, well, it's important, but we know that it's somehow an estimate, and we don't really know how it will go. So there will be that's a first objective, that is really to be able to launch the pilots, the 2 pilots. We are very near, so hopefully it will be done. Then to track enough different projects and SMEs so that they consider this instrument as interesting, and that they understand that it can be interesting for them to explore that kind of financing for their company. We will be training them. I mean, reward-based crowdfunding is a little easier, but it's interesting for them, not for once, but for many times. And crowd equity is really something that companies generally don't consider. They don't know well this instrument. So for us, it's very important that they receive this advice and understand how to pitch their company, what they have to focus on, how they have to think about in terms of investment, for example. So that would be this intangible result that we are looking for. And of course, that they succeed in reaching the goal.
Yeah, so basically awareness and liquidity in terms of reaching.
Yeah.
And then
and definitely the idea is to I will tell that afterwards, but we've already included this program for the next years, so it will have continuity somehow. Maybe we will have to make changes because it's what we're here for, But yes, the idea is to really go on that way. At regional level, we've launched also another fund, public-private fund also. So the idea is to explore many other ways of helping or supporting companies to reach funding.
Excellent. I think that already answers the second question, which was what
Okay.
are you going to take from the learnings and do for the future?
Thanks. Okay, thanks.
And any other questions or comments? Yeah, I mean, you are really brave. You're really using this as a polygon of test.
Experimentation.
But yes, as you said, if you're ambitious to have it later in the program of some kind of alternative financing tools which SMEs or startup or some potential investors and entrepreneurs can use, this is actually the only way to try it out. So, yeah.
It is
Fingers crossed.
It's a good opportunity, but sometimes, you know, yeah. Well, I wish there were some of the colleagues of the lawyers here today to explain what's the problem. Yeah, they should answer that themselves.
Yeah.
It's not so, yeah, it's not easy.
Yeah, but this is something that we actually start discussing when you all started to plan the pilot project, that this legal framework isn't just a big question mark for every region, because everybody has its own specifics, and then you go from obstacle to obstacle, actually. And this is something that nobody could give us advice or, you know, because we were talking to European Commission, we were talking to some other cases, but I guess that every region has its own way of how this works and what you need to do, and a lot of lawyers and legal checking.
Well, the good point is that really throughout all the process, there are many people that are being informed about what is crowdfunding, that are understanding at legal level what it means and what could be the obstacles for the companies also. I mean, it's interesting also for them to explore that. And the reports that we are getting, both for the contract that we had problems to launch the public procurement, that we had to send a report of 60 pages, really, definitely it's 60 pages of why it should be launched and why it was okay. And I think that we are all learning throughout this journey. So yeah, hopefully we will be successful in some way. Yeah. We're optimists.
Always have to be when we do things like that. But yeah, this is also one of the goals of the Interreg Europe, you know, because we were discussing, you should also make aware structures in your organization or regions or in your local environment about crowdfunding and alternative financing in general. So
now they know.
Now they know. Thank you.
We should do some badges, you know. Now we know about crowdfunding. What is crowdfunding?
Thank you,
It's a
Anna.
good idea. Thanks.
Moving to Greece. Yeah.
Hello, good morning. I'm Corina from region of Central Macedonia, and I will present you our case about our pilot projects. A very brief description of our case. First of all, the main objective of our pilot action is to integrate the crowdfunding to a one-stop liaison office of region of Central Macedonia. And in our case, we have to support SMEs that are active in the cultural and creative industry, that they have already received structural funds. We will provide mentoring and guidance to these two cases that we will see in the next slides on how to implement the reward-based crowdfunding. About the stages of our implementation, first of all, we have already completed the open call, and we have selected 2 SMEs. Now we are in the step that we are making a need analysis in order to decide how we can support them. And then we will continue with the mentoring and the implementation of their crowdfunding campaigns, and of course with the overall execution and evaluation of these 2 cases. Here is the landing page of our open call that was published in the One Stop Liaison Office official website. Then we disseminate this call through other channels, through the press office of region of Central Macedonia and the social media. Through this open call, we received 5 applications. The number is quite low due to the limitations of the criteria we had set to be SMEs that are active in the CCI sector and to have received structural funds. So we only received 5 applications, and 2 of them were considered eligible. As the 3 of them haven't received funding that matches with our case, based on what is described on the application form. So we will continue with the 2 cases that we will see in the next slides. Now we are getting prepared for the mentoring part of our pilot action. Our first goal is to help the 2 beneficiaries understand what crowdfunding exactly is and to select the proper platform in order to implement their campaigns. To define the goals, the money they will need to collect from the crowd and how will they use them. To decide what they will offer to their supporters. And of course, to create the content and develop a strong communication strategy in order to be able to collect the money that they will decide they need to collect due to the time limitation we also have. Now let's see the 2 cases that we chose. The first one, called Infinity Greece, is an SME funded in Thessaloniki in 2014. It's a social enterprise and it focuses mainly to youth people, especially between 18 to 30 years old. They are focusing mainly, this organization focuses mainly on the youth entrepreneurship, the mean of volunteering, and also the upscaling of digital skills of young people. Also, their overall actions are mainly based on the volunteering. As you can see, they have also been awarded. They are making a lot of actions like festivals, trainings, seminars, and they also have a physical space called Infinity Greece Youth Center. It is established also in Thessaloniki, and it consists from studios and labs that help in the implementation of their actions, of their projects. More specifically now for our case, their goal is to create a digital empowerment hub, a youth created learning platform. They aim to create an online space for digital skills training. They mainly thinking of having as services the live and recording workshops relating to video editing, podcasting, digital storytelling, and such kind of activities, providing one-to-one mentoring through their volunteers. As I said, this is the main profile of the organization, and also youth-led tutorials and creative content. They want to leverage their existing infrastructure, and about the rewards they are thinking for the people who will support them is the early access to the courses and content that will be created from now on, to refer their names as a kind of advertisement on their platform, and also to give invitations to this crowd for their events and workshops that will be implemented. For the second case, it's an SME called Polyptychon. It's also based in Thessaloniki, and it's active in cultural services and museology. Actually, they are mainly focused on sustainability. So their expertise is the exhibition and museum design, digital interpretation of heritage, and storytelling through space and visuals. Their main achievement and the reason they want to make crowdfunding is the image that you can see on the right of the slide. It's called Exibo, and it's a modular exhibition kit for easy setup and reuse. So that's why I said they mainly focus on sustainability. More specifically about their case related to our crowdfunding campaign, they want to create the Exibo for all in order to making sustainable exhibition design accessible for more cases. Through their campaign, they aim to create a limited series of Exibo kits that they will provide them to small museums and cultural centers, and also to produce the related visual templates and instructions to be able to make this kit yourself. And also they will offer open access to modular exhibition tools and case studies. About the rewards they are thinking, it's the behind-the-scenes guided tours of Exibo setups, and of course discounting codes for the Exibo users that have taken part into this crowdfunding campaign. And of course they are aiming to reduce the waste through this action. About the timeline that we have, okay, there is a time limitation for us too. We are already in discussions with the two beneficiaries. We are writing down their needs and their thoughts, and we are getting prepared for the mentoring sessions and, of course, the campaign planning until the end of October. In the very first days of November, we are planning to have completed all the visual material and the pitch content in order to start all the dissemination. Until the end of November, we are thinking that we will be ready to launch the two crowdfunding campaigns that will last 2 months in our case too, until end of January, where we will stop the campaigns, and we hope that we will have achieved our goal. And until the end of February, we will be ready to give our feedback to the overall project. So that's all for our case.
Thank you. Questions? Comments? I think that both. I don't know what's with my mic. Okay, both cases are quite good choice, I think.
Yes, we are glad to find.
No, because they are really community driven, and I think with crowdfunding, this is potential for success. Otherwise, you know, if it's too technical or not understandable what they want to do with their project, then it's difficult to get any funds.
And the first organization has a very big
Community already?
experience in digital environment, so we are very optimistic for their campaigns too, for their dissemination.
Yeah, my comment would be what we are talking about, what we were talking about when Giorgio presented their case. The events always inspire people to donate. So in this dissemination
Yes,
phase,
this was a good idea.
encourage them to do some kind of a live event, something that people can meet people that are behind the project. This is, I think, it's very important for the verification of the project. So a lot of experience that we had with the crowdfunding campaigns, the very successful one had at least one that kind of a launch event or something that that explained the story, why they are doing what they are doing. So I think it's
a very good idea.
Yeah. So this could trigger some few backers, supporters more. So this is always a good option. Yeah. No questions? No comments?
Yeah, but the platforms, they choose their platform?
Yes, they will be only responsible for choosing their platform.
You are responsible or they are?
They
are.
Yes.
Okay. And okay. And I think it's interesting also because it was one of our doubts about the pilot for reward-based crowdfunding, either to fund any crowdfunding campaign with the entrepreneurs choosing their own platform, but then we were not sure about how to make this follow-up about the fund raised and how to ask for evidences about the funds raised. Yeah.
Their fund matching is related to support in preparation and implementation and not in funding. Yeah, okay. Because these were the companies that were elected from an RDF call.
Yes, from
so the matching comes from there. And not, so it's more about just having some cases available for future activities. So it's a little bit easier in that case. Yeah. It's a different approach. Yeah. Because if you co-finance like Marke or you, then you have to make yourself visible. Yeah, this is why you had this sub-page on the Ginger, you know, just dedicated, or Vim has this sub-page, I mean the region of Antwerp also related to their project, so it's a little bit different approach, yeah. It has to be trackable. It has to be trackable because the funds will follow after if the campaign is successful. Here it's just more educational and so it's different. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's working now, yes. Good morning, I'm Wim de Weert from the province of Antwerp, and I will tell you something about... this is the wrong presentation, I see. This is my second presentation.
Here?
Here.
Folder, yes. Which one is then yours? Because I only see this one uploaded. This is from the...
This one.
Oh.
Yeah. And then...
Try now if it works in the presentation mode. No, it doesn't.
I can close this.
Yeah, here.
You can do it, please.
Okay. It works like that only.
All right. So I'm going to tell you something about our pilot campaigns, but first I will also show you again how the fund matching scheme is working, because it's quite different from the other ones. First of all, Trivident Province Antwerp, it's a small investment fund, and it's started by the province of Antwerp and Trivident. So maybe it's also good to point out that there is a difference between Trivident and Trivident Province of Antwerp. So the biggest shareholder of Trivident Provincie Antwerpen is the province, or the provincial development company, in fact. And Trivident has only a few shares in the company. So we are giving loans to social and circular entrepreneurs. How does the fund matching scheme work? If an entrepreneur applies for a loan of, for example, 60,000 euro, that's the maximum amount, then we ask him to do a crowdfunding campaign, so to reach out to the crowd. And people, the crowd can be individuals, but it can also be companies. If people, individuals or companies, want to support this entrepreneur, then they can buy shares of Trivident Province of Antwerp. They can buy shares. One share is more or less 50 euro, and they can buy shares for a minimum of 250 euro and a maximum of 5,000 euros. So if after the campaign the target amount is reached, which is 15,000 euro, then the entrepreneur gets his loan of 60,000 euro. So we multiple the 15,000 euro gained by the crowdfunding campaign by 4. So he gets a loan of 60,000 euro, which is composed by this 15,000 euro and another 45,000 euro, which is coming from the fund. We also have some measures for the de-risking of the people who supported the entrepreneur. One of them is the fact that people are not buying shares of the individual company, but they are buying shares of the fund. So the risk is being spread over several entrepreneurs. And we also have a guarantee from the Flemish government for 75% of the capital that would not be paid back when something goes wrong with the loan. So we started our campaigns in the preparation in March already. So we had a kick-off workshop for the team of Trivident, and we did it together with GrowFunding. Maybe you remember Tine from GrowFunding was here, was in Greece to tell about the work she has been doing with entrepreneurs. So she is really doing a good job by introducing the concept of crowdfunding in the team of Trivident, but also she's preparing the campaigns with the entrepreneurs. So on the 24th of March, we had a first kick-off workshop with the 2 first selected entrepreneurs, which were Sofar and Rido Papers. I'll tell you more about them. In April, we prepared the campaigns. So this means what is the goal of the campaign, what is the stakeholder analysis, preparing communication material, and so on. And on the 9th of May, the 2 campaigns were launched. So the first campaign was for the Sofar company. It's a Belgian brand of sofas. They are producing and designing sofas in a modular, circular model. So they are really fitting in our investment policy. And they applied for a loan of 60,000 euro. They can get a loan with a 6% interest. And the goal of their investment was the launch of a new collection. So their sofas, it's really design, it's quite expensive, but they wanted to make a new collection which is cheaper and which is more accessible for more people. And the campaign target of the crowdfunding campaign is 15,000 euros. Then we had the campaign of Rideau Papers. They are developing paper products, circular paper products, like planners, notebooks, and so on. It's also circular economy, but they also are collaborating with social economy. So a part of the job of the production and so on is being done by people in social economy, and that's why they can get a loan of without interest-free loan. And the goal of their investment was to create opportunities for companies to upcycle their own waste paper into personalized paper products. And also for them, the campaign target was 15,000 euros. The both campaigns were launched on 9th of May. The deadline was 20th of June. For so far, the 15,000 euro was raised already on 4th of June. So they have got their loan in the meantime. For Rideau Papers, it took until the 11th of June. The campaign of Rideau Papers also had some problems in the beginning because of, like we are talking about a few moments ago, it's important to prepare the crowd for the campaign so that if you launch the campaign, the counter of the campaign doesn't stay too long on 0, because then no one is trusting it. So so far has done a good job in preparing their audience and their crowds, and at the first day they already reached, I think, 30% of the campaign. But Linde from Rideau Papers, she was sick in the period before the launch of the campaign, and she had really a lot of problems, and that's why it took a long time for her to really get some results in the campaign. So it's really very important to avoid this kind of problems and to prepare the audience and the crowd. I will also tell something about the adaptations we have done. So in the original pilot concept, the idea was to stop the campaign at the moment that 15,000 euro is raised. And it's an all or nothing campaign, so this means that the 15,000 euro should be raised. If not, the entrepreneur would not get his loan. And another aspect of the concept was that the communication to the crowd was, if the target amount is not reached, then the entrepreneur does not get his loan, and you, as a supporter, you can choose to get your money back or to keep it invested in the fund. That was the original idea. But one of the entrepreneurs, they didn't find it fair. They said, if we don't succeed in our campaign, we have done a lot of work, and if he doesn't succeed, it's not fair that we don't get a loan, but you as a fund, you can keep the money. Yeah. So they had a problem with that, and that's why we did these adaptations. The first adaptation is that about the fact that the 15,000 euros should be reached to get a loan. This is still our external communication, also to the entrepreneurs, but we have, let's say, a secret strategy. If it should happen that the 15,000 euro is not reached, then we will speak with the entrepreneur, we will see to the concrete situation whether it might be useful to give the loan, even if the campaign did not reach the full 100% of the target amount. Anyway, we will ask, or we will put the criteria that 75% should be reached at least. But if that's the case, then we will talk with the entrepreneur and see if it might be useful or make sense to give the loan. For example, if the entrepreneur wants to use this 60,000 euro to buy machinery which costs 60,000 euro and he has no other additional resources, then he just can't buy the machinery with only 50,000 euro. But if he can find additional resources, or maybe the target of maybe the goal of the crowdfunding campaign, of the goal of the investment is not to buy machinery but to do something else which can also be done with less, then okay. And then the other point, so first we planned to communicate to the crowd, you can choose to get your money back or to keep it invested in case the loan is not given. Then in our external communication, we put the emphasis more on the fact that you get your money back unless you choose to keep invested. So the result is the same, but it's another kind of communication. And also we have done some other adaptations in the website design. We had some evaluation meetings with the stakeholders and also with the entrepreneurs themselves. Overall, the evaluation was quite positive. The kick-off session with the two entrepreneurs we have done together, and it was also added value because they could learn from each other how you are preparing the campaign, so it was a good thing to do it together. The entrepreneurs said it's really very intensive to do a campaign, and it's like a balance in the preparation phase. It's a balance between at the one hand, we have to tell them it's intensive because they have to know that. But at the other hand, you cannot exaggerate saying this because then they become afraid of doing it. So it's quite a difficult balance. We also tell them that if they say, well, it's a big job and so on, we also point to the fact that they get free coaching. It's also important to put a very concrete goal of the investments so that people want to support, they know what will be done with their money. It's important to do good stakeholder analysis. For example, the two entrepreneurs had expected that there would be more companies than individuals going to support them. At the end, it turned out it was just the other way around. I will show you afterwards. Also defining a deadline, so the period of the campaign, it's like a balance. It cannot be too long, not too short. The progress of the campaign depends on the nature of the company and the product. For example, Rideau papers, these products are quite cheap, but the sofas are quite expensive, so they have different crowds they are reaching out to. Also, the fact if they have maybe done some previous media campaigns or crowdfunding campaigns, it makes a big difference in the success and in the progress of the campaigns. We have done a lot of job in the stress control because the entrepreneurs, they were really afraid of how will we get this 50,000 euro or not. There were some discussions, as I told you, about this 15,000 euro. And so the fact that we told them this is part of a pilot project, this made them also a little bit afraid because the pilots, is everything well organized or not? So we decided not to stress that much that it's being part of a pilot. And we also learned that it's important to give clear information, flexible communication, good website, and so on. And that's the reason why we decided to make an infographic. This is not being used in the first 2 campaigns, but it will be used in the third campaign, which will follow later this year. So it's just how does it work and why it's worth participating. So we give some reasons why it's interesting for people to participate in the crowdfunding campaign. Here you can see what I just told you, that there are more individuals supporting, and the individuals are buying more shares average than the enterprises. That surprised me. I had surprised that the companies supporting would be buying more shares than the individuals, but it's just the other way around. And for so far, the difference is even bigger than for Rideau Papers. This is the situation of our shareholders register. So as I told you, Trivident Province of Antwerp is a cooperative association. Before the crowdfunding, the POM, so POM Antwerp or Province of Antwerp, they earned, here is written 100%, but in fact it's 99.74% of the shares. And Trivident, they have 0.10. And the entrepreneurs who get the loan, they also become shareholders because they buy 1 share of €50. So this is the situation before the crowdfunding. And after the crowdfunding, you can see that the crowd is entering our shareholder register. Now, it's already 6% after 2 campaigns. So if we do a third campaign, this will even grow quite fast. So I think this is a nice illustration of the fund matching idea. And we have also, as I told you, the POM Antwerp is the biggest shareholder. And we decided also that they will even buy more shares. Last year, they bought shares for an extra €150,000, and this year again. This is planned for this year. And the plan is that for the next years, they will also buy more shares. And the result will be that our fund will be much bigger than before. So more entrepreneurs will get a loan, more entrepreneurs will also buy a share. And we have also the crowd, of course. And we have an extra category of shareholders in our new statutes, which makes it possible that also structural investors can invest in our funds. And we are in contact with a bank which is interested to put money in the fund. Next steps, as I told before, one of the reasons we are doing this is also the crowdsourcing aspect. So we want to create citizen involvement. We had already 2 meetings with people who invested in the crowdfunding campaign who are also offering their expertise. One of them has expertise in sofas and furniture and so on. And one of them has financial expertise. So we are in contact with them now. And in May next year, we will have an event with all the investors and the entrepreneurs. We will also do the research on ESIF or ERDF. I will talk later about it again. And in October, we will do a new campaign of the company Good Water Products, and maybe even more, but it depends on the timing. So the next campaign will be a campaign of Good Water Products. They are making products that offer protection against limescale and corrosion. So in the tubes in your house and the water problem, you know know the problem with lime and corrosion. And this is a kind of product which is much cheaper than the traditional material that is being used for it. And they want to develop, they have developed a new product which is also cheaper. So they want to tap into new markets with that new product. They also applied for a loan of 60,000 euro, the same target amount, and the campaign will be launched in October. And for that campaign, also a new element is introduced. So in the concept, as I told you, the idea was to stop the campaign at 15,000 euro, but Good Water Products, they are introducing rewards. This was not the case in the two previous campaigns, but now they choose to work with rewards. And he asked us to make it possible, even after the target amount of 15,000 euro is reached, that people can still buy shares, because he thinks that a lot of people will be interested to buy shares and will also be interested in these rewards. So for this campaign, we will make it possible, even after the campaign target is reached, that people can still buy shares, but the amount of the loan will be the same. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Wim. Very nice. Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Wim. Good presentation, really nice companies. But I do have a question. My first question was on page 14, but you already explained most of it on page 23. That was about about when they have reached the 15,000, that they can actually move on. But then it ties into slide 20, where you had the distribution of the shareholding in the fund. How does that tie into a individual investor buying shares? When will he or she get his or her money back?
Yeah.
Because now you're a shareholder basically in the fund,
Yeah.
and the fund will
Yeah.
distribute dividends.
Yeah.
But is there a difference between the project that you supported or the entire fund? So
No. In fact, technically spoken, there is no difference between the shares that people are buying. So, and they can get their money back, but not in the first 3 years. So the first 3 years they should stay invested, and after that they can ask their money back, so they can sell their shares.
yeah, exactly. But then they are basically co-owner of the fund.
Yeah.
So if all loans are performing, they have the blended mix of all loans instead of just supporting one company, or are the shares tied to the company that they have?
No, the shares are technically spoken not tied to one company. But of course, in the communication they are, because people buy shares because they want to support that specific company. But technically spoken, it's just a share of the fund. Yeah. Yeah, it's the price of the share could change, but yeah, we are doing our best to not too low, that the price will be lower. That's also the reason why the province of Antwerp is investing in the province of Antwerp is buying shares, but also is giving subsidies for the costs of the fund, of the management of the funds. So we plan not to have a loss on the shares, and it might be even 1% or something. But the reason why people buy shares is not to gain money, but is to support the company in which they believe. Yeah.
And I have another question. What is the interest rate of the bank if, for example, this company would like to get the loan from the bank? So the interest rate that they are to pay for the 60,000 euro, even there was a support like 15,000 euro, which is, let's say, their own input, not own, but the crowdfund input to that loan. And comparing that to, let's say, the bank loan, what is the advantage of that company?
Yeah, the advantage is that the companies in which we are investing, it's about risk capital, and the banks don't give a loan to that kind of companies.
Okay, and also that their own, let's say, 15% is like 25% of the loan. Yeah, that you reduce the risk because of the crowdfund.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's usually like that, that for crowdfunding, SMEs and startups decide that cannot get a bank loan because of different reasons. Otherwise, if we compare crowdfunding or any other alternative financing, bank is always cheaper if you can get a loan through the bank. So this is just another way if that first scenario doesn't work.
Yeah, and another thing is that in case of the social employment, then our loans are interest free. So we have two target groups at this moment. The circular economy, they pay 6%, but if there is social employment involved, then it's the interest free.
Yeah, just a few questions. So the investors, they get a share in the fund, but no share in the company because it's not linked directly?
No,
Yeah.
they're buying shares of the fund, yes.
Okay, and do they get something from the company for investing in the or for supporting the campaign?
Well, that's what I told you. In the first two campaigns, there were no rewards.
Mhm.
But in the campaign we plan to start in October for good water products,
Okay,
this one,
that's good.
he will work with rewards. And the reward will be that people can buy this with a discount or maybe get it free. I don't know yet what will be exactly the reward.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, because somehow it yeah. And the platform that you're using?
The platform I made myself. I can show you. So this is a website I made myself.
Okay.
On which is the homepage, and then you can invest in so far Rideau papers. This is the graphic view of the results. Now it's the target is reached. You can read more about this company. There are some movies, pictures. Here is the explanation about how it works. For example, multiple by 4 and so on. It's all written here. And we have also possibility for people to leave a reaction behind on the website.
Okay.
Or to communicate on Facebook or LinkedIn.
Well done. And one more question about the communication to the investors. When the target is reached, do you communicate them that the campaign has reached 100% and that the company is going to get the loan?
Yes,
or?
of
Yeah.
course. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because even if they are investing, because it's as they are investing in the fund, but it's for the company. But then in the end, they are investing in the fund.
Yeah.
I suppose that somehow you needed to communicate that.
We also so the people, the supporters who are buying shares, we have of course their names and so on, and we also give these names to the entrepreneurs, because they also want to reach out to these people to thank them. Yeah.
Okay.
And we also look that it's all GDPR complaints. How do you say?
Yeah. And about are there some investors that were not aware of your fund before this campaign, and that have decided to invest more money for the fund outside the campaign, or not yet?
Not yet. Yeah, not yet.
Okay, thanks.
Was it difficult to prepare the legal aspect of having people to buy the shares of the fund, or was it something that is regulated in your law, or there was something that you had to do separately? Because there was a fund you presented at the beginning, there was the input of 3 different bodies, let's say, and
Yeah.
then you were able to sell shares to someone. So what kind of legal regulations did you have to prepare, or maybe it exists, that you could do that?
Yeah. So as I said, Trivident Province of Antwerp is a cooperative association. So we have our own statutes in which it describes which kind of shareholder categories we have, and we had to change our statutes to say that there are more categories. So in the original statutes, it was not possible for people to buy shares, but in our new statutes, it's possible. No. Yeah. And also, maybe important to point out is that technically spoken, what we are doing is not crowdfunding in the definition, in the European definition, because people are just buying shares. Yeah.
Thank you, Wim. Now we can see how different cases we have. Totally. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, now it's better. So it's very interesting that we have so many cases different, and now we will hear another story, totally other story. So you can, yeah.
Test, yes. Hello. For who doesn't know me, I'm Bas de Bruin. I'm an investment manager for the Regional Development Agency in the Utrecht region, that's in the Netherlands. I'm here with my manager, Edgard Kremers, now looking on his phone. I will elaborate a little bit more about. You see also my 3 slides on the policy change, not a lot, but I will first tell you something about our funds matching pilot campaigns. And we are very glad that last 27th of September, we did our second investment, so second pilot, and I will tell you something more about it. 2 companies that we did an investment in, fund matching with crowdfunding. And the first one is already mentioned several times, Vedea, Heldware. I will explain something on the company. And the second one is iVester. That is a crowdfunding platform from our region, located in Utrecht. And last September we did an investment also in that company. Vedea, the investment took place from our Startup Innovation Fund. I will elaborate a little bit more about the policy change, about the different fundings for people that are here that heard the story now for the first time. We did an investment of 150,000 euros, and it took place on the 1st of September. Vedea created an innovative VR treatment for children with a lazy eye, and they needed at least 300,000 euros to launch more pilots and further develop the product to bring it to the market. Eventually, the total round ended up a total number of 550,000 euros, all in equity. And the round specifics are that crowdfunding, and it was also via the iVester platform, was 100,000 euros. The ROM, the Regional Development Agency, we invested 150,000 euros, and one single angel investor also invested 300,000 euros. He was very committed also to the idea of helping kids with lazy eyes. The first idea was that he would be taking part in the crowdfunding through the platform, but I will elaborate also a little bit on that, but he wanted to have more rights. So the round closed on the 1st of September, and I hope the next time also we'll have nice graphs, just as Wim just showed us. on how the fundraising went. Yeah, I took 2 pictures to show a little bit more about Videa, but this is the website that they have. They make software for VR glasses for children, and what we have right now with patches. You can also do that with VR training. It's still in early development, so it's in 3 to 4 hospitals now worked out, and they need more pilot stations. And as you can see, 1 in 25 children has a lazy eye, so it's rather common around the world. I couldn't find the funding page anymore. They already deleted it, but I will try to get information from the entrepreneur itself, the entrepreneur, and also from the iVestor platform. Now it's gone. Early findings that we had. So they started already with conversation in the spring of 2024, more than a year ago. They pre-launched. There's some pre-launch hurdles. If you want to put something on the iVestor platform, and I will show you the platform in a second, then you also sometimes, especially for early stage startups, that you need help with putting your information on that website that is readable, understandable for the crowd. iVestor has partners to answer those questions and to help you with building those pitch decks, but also to gather that information. And the normal fee for that is that they want to have 1 to 2% of the total round collected. Then also the launch strategy. So what I already asked to Giorgio. iVestor as well advises to secure already anchor investors pre-launch to create momentum. And this was also challenging for Videa. It's an early stage startup, not a lot of clients, and you need to have momentum, and also, you need to call and go to events and make people aware of your existence. It takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of energy, and iVestor is not helping you with that. So, and I've also give some examples of companies that do have a big fan base and that are collecting big money rounds, big rounds within weekends. So the launching time campaign went live around October 2024, and that happened after quite some delay because of the things I just mentioned. The round sizing, so the first time that they put it online, it was around 300,000 euros. Then they lowered it to 150,000 euros because the threshold wasn't met, and the final result from the crowd was 100,000 euros. So they communicated with the crowd constantly about, are you still agreeing on that we're lowering the round? The total round, we will gather money from an angel or from us, and they all agreed on that. So that angel investment is rather important because they invested almost 300,000 euros. That angel was found by the founder of Videa, and they first asked him to invest through the platform. But if you are part of the crowd, you have different rights, different things to say when you're a shareholder. And because he's investing 300,000 euros, he was like, no, I want to have more rights. So he invested off platform, the same as Dron. And I hope to have more details also on, I don't know, but I want to have more details from the company. It's still rather fresh, but maybe the next meeting. The follow-up for us is now, we will interview Videa. Will follow up. He's really busy at the moment right now. Oh, he's really busy at the moment because he just secured his round. So he's really busy with finding new pilots and running his business. I hope he will, next meeting in Antwerp, he will also come to visit us and explain his experience as a founder, how he found that the whole process was going and went. We also have 2 colleagues of us that saw, for example, I have colleagues that also are investment managers, and they are kind of the account manager of this investment. We already spoke with them, but I will get a more in-depth interview with them about their experience, and also what went wrong, for example, or what went good. And also share that information, of course, with you all. Then the next one, the new one, iVestor. iVestor has we did an investment, also 150,000 euros. is not that we want to do exactly that amount of money, 150,000 euros. It was that is by a coincidence. We signed for the, or Bas signed for the investment on the 27th of September, a little more than a week ago. And iVestor has an equity-like crowdfunding platform enabling companies to raise capital from their communities, like employers, clients, and fans. The iVestor track record at the moment is that they have around 40,000 investors. So around 40,000 people have invested through the platform in a startup or in a company. The total amount of funding rounds was more than 120. And the total amount invested through the platform is around 80 million. And they started around 2019. And because we are a regional development agency, we found it also really interesting what they do for our region specifically. So we found 24, there are still, funding rounds running at the moment. So not completed, but there are at least 24 companies that have raised at least 25 million. And they did that around 38 different rounds. I will also show you in the next slide, I think, their website. And then we zoom in on 2 specific cases. The specific investing crowdfunding round in iVestor is a convertible bond, convertible loan agreement, what we most of the time say. I will also give you the specific on that. And also interesting to say is that most of the time a crowdfunding round has a minimum amount that is needed to start with their business plan, their new business plan, and a maximum. And the amount here is they need at least 500,000 euros, and the maximum will be around 1 million. And that's also due because of the valuation cap. So they put a valuation cap that the crowd can convert into shares. And if you have no maximum, at a certain moment, you're gonna give away all your shares. Okay. But the round specifics at the moment right now, so I looked for the last time, I think, 9 days ago. The crowd had invested 375,000 euros. I just got a text message from the CTO that is now 379,000. We hope that will grow rather quickly when we put out the news of our investment. And that investment is 150,000 euros. So the current total of money collected from during this round is 525,000 euros. So the minimal achieved investment has been achieved. The minimum amount has been achieved. The round is still open till the end of October. So they still have like around 20 days. There's a possibility that they will continue it at least for a month, but there's still negotiations on that. Then I will show you the page of iVestor. I don't. And then this one. Yeah, they have. This is a specific page for the funding. It is in Dutch. I can't click on anything because then my or cyber department of my company is like, no, that's not a safe website. I asked a lot of I asked a lot of questions on that, but they were not allowed to put their own crowdfunding on their own platform. So they need to make an additional website. As you can see on top here, it's in Dutch, but the Dutch legislator, how do I say that in the proper English? The Dutch legislator is not...
They're operating outside of the license requirement, and that's because the amount that they're raising is not sufficiently high for the regulatory authorities to really want to regulate this company. But they do have to issue this warning to investors that they are outside of a regulatory environment.
Yeah. So that's on top to make everybody clear that it's out of sight of certain legislators. Not really uncommon to see that. I think more pages on crowdfunding that show this. I can't click on anything else, but you can find the page for yourself. I think there's also an English version, but the main focus of Crowd is the Dutch market. Then the homepage. This is the page if you look on iVestor.com. You see here that they have several funding rounds running at the moment. So this is not a specific one for iVestor, but there are companies on their platform. I just clicked on the European Sleeper, and I just found out that Wim, for example, came by European Sleeper to Berlin.
I just got an email that the last part of my trip from Breda to Antwerp will not be possible, so I will have to take a bus.
They are still raising money, and this is an example of a company that has a rather big fan base. They already, and it's because of the idea that more people want to have the possibility to go by train to different European cities. So the average amount that a person has invested is around 1,420 euros. They already collected more than 1.2 million, also in equity. And you can see what their idea is and their plan. So I just heard in the previous presentation that it's really important to be open about your goals, how your strategy is going, who are you working with, and etc. And you can look it up for yourself. It's open for everyone. And if you like the idea, of course, you can also invest. Then you can also experience how it is to go through the whole process. There are still some regulations for that, so you need to show that you've read all the information, but also that you know what it is, how to invest, that you're aware of losing your money. And but yeah, that is the normal procedure. And this is one of them. I also spoke with them for the process of our investment in iVestor. They were really, of course, really fond of the platform, and also they were a really big fan of the community. So the platform behind it, you buy a share of this company, then you do that in the platform of iVestor, and European Sleeper can connect you to the platform about the new deals, new routes that come open, or even cheap trips or something, or interesting things for people that are interested in this product want to know, but also about the yearly numbers, end of year, and etc. Also interesting company is LabFresh. I spoke with the guy in the white shirt here, I think last Tuesday, and they opened their funding round last Friday, I think, and they already closed it. They collected in a weekend 800,000 euros. They were on the Dutch television as well, and what do they make? They have made a kind of a new fiber where you can put on a white shirt or other shirt, you can put a glass of red wine. That is the specific film you see every time, and you can just wipe it off, and it's gone. And they also make raincoats, and they now want to collect this money to make also a woman clothing line. Really big fan base, and really people want to be part of this. So that's why it's collecting so quickly. Then the specifics about the campaign. Maybe too much detail, also look at the time, 7 minutes. If you are interested in this, I can maybe elaborate on this on a different time. But in short, they started just before the summer. Just one tip, don't do your crowdfunding just before the summer. Everybody's on holiday, they're not active on investing. But still, they collected 375,000 euros. To be clear, they need they're looking for 800,000. So they need additional 275, so not the 1 million, but we try to make the coming week, so tomorrow, a publication will go live that the ROM is doing an investment also in iVestor, and we try to activate more crowd to collect that at least 275k. It's a convertible bond, 3-year term, interest payment of 8% a year, and they pay out 2% every quarter. There's a discount tires. I will not tire you with that, but if you invest more, you get a bigger discount if you convert. And the minimum ticket of investment is 1,000 euros. They will use the money for commercial growth, sales and marketing, etc. International expansion. They want to go to Belgium and Germany. Brand and lead generation. They want to improve their tech, being and showing a more professional platform, and etc. And also strengthening their company and regulatory capital. if you have a crowdfunding platform, the regulatory, like the AFM, there's a Dutch legislator, want to have are abiding you that you have at least have a sufficient amount of money on your balance sheet as cash to if you have any shocks, economical shocks, that you don't go bankrupt in an instant. Then on our track, I call it the fast track because normal processes for us doing an investment is around 4 to 6 months, and I did this in a month with my colleague, so it was really busy. I also had 2 other investments I want to do in September, so it was really busy, but it succeeded. Good thing to say is that we did besides. So we do the investment through the platform. I'm still looking out how we want to do that, but I think we want to do it through the platform. But we have an addendum attached with stricter agreement, stricter terms than the crowd. And that's because we, as an institutional investor, and the money that we have from the RRDF, needs to have certain stricter terms, and we couldn't find them in the specific information and agreement that was already put down with the crowd. A lot of details. Things that we ask normally, so financial governance and reporting, some veto rights that we want to have a saying on specific things, especially on the business plan, liquidity triggers. We want to have an observer seat that we know what has been said in the general meeting. We also made an agreement that if the amount raised is above 800,000 euros in total, they already can pay us back. Change of controls, transferability. If you have questions on that, please ask me, because it's really specific on being an investment manager and sometimes not for everybody really interesting. And also, of course, the ESGs. Then exit, besides a potential strategic exit, so it is a convertible bond, so it is a possibility that we can be a stakeholder, a shareholder, and then we can get our investment back by selling iVestor as a whole company. That can be possible, but we also put in an option that they can repay the CLA. Then communications, what I already just said. Tomorrow we put out a joint press release announcing the partnership and signaling that additional funding is welcome to lift the current 525k towards the 800k. Then follow-up. Yeah, Ron we will evaluate user experience of the platform hands-on, and iVestor provides us monthly reports as is agreed on. So we have a direct insight in the platform. And for us, it's also a strategic investment, because what I already showed you, the numbers through iVestor, a lot of other SMEs in our region, but also the Netherlands, collected money from the crowd. Then to have an overview. For Videa, so what you see is that even for Videa, but also for iVestor, that around 25-30% of the round is coming from us, and the rest mainly is coming from other parties. For Videa, of course, the new angel, but for the crowd, you see that almost 71% is coming from the crowd. So our percentage will lower, of course, if more people will invest. Then the total amount collected is above 1 million. The crowd has invested 475,000 euros, and the ROM 300,000. So you see kind of how you say that? Structuring, but also because of our investment, more investment is happening in our region. And that's for now. Yeah, are there any questions?
Questions? Thoughts? Yeah.
Okay, you can hear me? Okay. Thank you, and impressive results. Congrats for that. I was interested about the campaigns that are listed on the platform. All of them are eligible for the public funds. Are you still funding them if they reach the goals or not? Because I saw also Mud Jeans, which is a very nice company that I'm following. So I don't know what's happening with the other ones.
And not all the companies on the platform are fitting our specific criteria. So through our investment in the investor, we help companies getting funded that maybe not are fully fitting our criteria. That's also kind of the strategic, interesting part of it. For example, mud jeans. Yeah, we really want to invest in companies that have that they're really solving a need. And mud jeans is more like it's a nice to have.
Yes.
They're really nice jeans, but if you don't have those jeans, it's not that everybody is not sleeping tonight.
Of course.
Yeah. So and the same kind of problem have with European Sleeper. They also asked us. We still are in conversation with them about what can be possible. But also there, the need is a difficult discussion.
So the main objective is to have an impact in the community. Okay. Thank you.
So just to make it clear, you have invested in the platform, but is it? Do you also invest afterward? Do they have? Does the platform has to reinvest those funds into the campaigns or not? Not.
No.
Okay. And the platform is located in your region, I assume.
In our region, yeah, in Utrecht.
Yeah. Okay. And. Okay, and it's ERDF funds?
Yeah, our money that we invested is from the Startup Innovation Fund.
Uh-huh.
And that's partly also ERDF
Yeah,
money. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, I think that's all.
Yeah. The thing is that is of course different from a lot of other regions is that we can, we don't have to do our own, I call that crowdfunding round and also activations surrounding it because we have already parties like an investor, but also Investor that you met when we were in the Netherlands that already have a big fan base and a whole structure, the whole platform. So starting that from the ground up from our organization is kind of silly to do it all over again because we already have those parties in our region and. Yeah, we are a little bit ahead. That it is the plus thing that we have, and it's also the thing with an investor. They mainly do the marketing, so we put the press release out, but they have more experience than us to activate their own crowd. Yeah.
Got another question. You said that they are not regulated. But how is it that they can operate in crowd equity and not being authorized somehow?
They are regulated, so they are part of the European crowd. What's the name again of it? It's a really
this regulation.
ECSPR.
Okay.
And they are licensed by the ECSPR already since the end of 2023. Mm-hmm. And the specific thing here on this funding page of just to make aware because the amount of money is not high enough.
No, exactly. So I think there's two things here. So each and every crowdfunding platform in the Netherlands is regulated by the Dutch Central Bank and by AFM, which is the regulator for the financial institutes. But they don't need a license to issue. So they have a registration. They have to report to the AFM, but they're not licensed as such. They do have requirements to the Dutch Central Bank and to AFM to report, and therefore also to maintain a certain capital level. And I think that I know that the funding that they were trying to get is to meet the liquidity threshold that the Dutch Central Bank has set for them. So the money that they will be raising is mostly to enable them to continue their business. And since they are in our region and they're actually located in one of the main hubs for startups in our region, we thought it is for us very important to support them to actually be there and hopefully we can do more campaigns with them in the future. So that's the reason why we also invested in them.
And also good to explain is that when we were in the Netherlands, they didn't have the license. So we didn't ask them because we were in conversation also with Crowdfunding Hub. And at the end of the day, they got it. So they were in the same building where we had the meeting. Yeah.
I think that this is also this connection that now you're making with the platform. It could be also part of your policy action plan for the future. You will not change your instruments because things are already running, But the change is that now you're collaborating strategically with somebody that can contribute to find you potential clients. So I think this is one of the important points for future work.
Yeah, and also because for our organization, so when we started, the first reaction from people was, yeah, we're not going to do that. That's really, really tricky. And now people get more used to it. So yesterday I spoke with a colleague of mine, Yuri, and he told me, yeah, I have two companies. Of one company now is also the part of the round will be crowdfunding. So we have some developments and better experiences. Yeah.
Can we have now a new member of the pilots? Yeah, yes, of course. Yeah, we will go after your presentation in the coffee break, I promise. We deserved it.
Maybe in the meantime, I can give an additional answer to one of your questions. You asked about the legal aspect of selling shares to individuals. So it's about investment. We have in Belgium the Financial Service and Markets Authority, and we had to publish an information sheet about our investment offer. Yeah. In fact, we were not obliged because the level of the investment is low, but we have done it. Yeah.
Okay, I hope it works. Yeah, perfect. And I will be brief because I will cover 3 presentations in one. So we don't have that much to say about the policies and also about the staff exchange. We just have an update, so we will not take more time next time. Okay, thank you. I'm Denisa Lazurca. I'm a new member from the Northwest RDA team since the beginning of this year, but I was previously involved in the startup ecosystem. I was also managing some accelerators in Romania and also a managing partner in Angel Network in Transylvania. So, together with my colleagues, Andrea, and also our partner, John, from the Association of Entrepreneurs in Maramuresh, we are here today and we will present you our activities and our updates from the pilot project that we managed to start implement, actually. In April, we started to prepare and submit the pilot project application, and in June we were selected, so we are happy for that. In July, we had the LSG meeting, and we managed to actually consult our stakeholders in order to make sure that this pilot project will fit the criteria and their expectations, and in order to prepare better our open call documentation. And we had all the preparation sessions, of course, about the implementation. We did the regional analysis, and we prepared the open call documentations this period of from this summer. And we are now in the phase that we will launch actually next week on 15th of October, when we'll also have the online staff exchange with Marca in Extremadura. So it would be a busy day for us, and we hope everything will be smooth and we will manage to do it all. And about the Crowd for SMEs Northwest, which is the pilot project that we are about to implement. We want, of course, to test innovative financing mechanisms that combine the RDF funds with the crowdfunding in order to facilitate the SMEs in the ESS3 sectors to alternative financial resources. And how does it work in our end? The SMEs raises 10K, and we will give them afterwards a matching amount from the Northwest Regional Program Funds. And of course, the tested model is reward-based crowdfunding because we didn't have that money in order to raise and dislocate some big enough for the equity one. But I would love that very much, but yeah, maybe next time. And about the setting up, of course, the key beneficiaries will be the Northwest small enterprises and the startups from the S3 sectors. And of course, we have some key activities that we are implementing, the identifying of the financial resources for the fund matching. We've done that during the summer. We planned all the joint scheme with the managing authority. Also, we identify the enterprise's needs and the most suitable crowdfunding types in order to implement it. We did the public procurement for the external expertise for the crowdfunding platform, so we managed to finalize that process also, and we are co-developing the documentation with the crowdfunding platform currently. And we will open the open call, and we will have a Northwest regional program restricted call next year. The resources dislocated are 50K from the ERDF, and of course the investor profile is everyone interested in the rewards that they will present. The terms and conditions, it's all or nothing. They either match the target and receive both of the funds or nothing. And of course we will communicate everything regarding the crowdfunding campaigns on social media and the crowdfunding platform. And let's see if we can go. Okay, this is the one. I don't think I need to go through why it is important, because we all know that's why we're here and what do we want to test. So we will skip to the contribution to the policy instrument. Actually, we want to address the Northwest Regional Program. So this would be amazing if we manage to implement this kind of initiative in the next programming period. So that's our aim for after the implementation of the pilot project. And of course, it can be also scaled to other regions, and we want to share it to other partners that can be relevant to implement. And the next one, yeah. Regarding the timeline, as I mentioned, we will launch the open call on 15th of October, and it will last 1 month until 20th of November. Afterwards, we will have the trainings. There will be 3 days of 8 hours per day trainings, and they will have also the companies that will be selected will have some time in order to prepare the campaigns with the campaign manager that will be allocated. And on 20th of January, we will start the crowdfunding campaigns that will last approximately 6 weeks or maybe up to 2 months. Let's see how it goes and how we can maybe monitor the activity, and let's see if they have any need for more extra time. And in the second phase for the regional program public call, we will have it launched after March, but we don't have the specific date yet. And of course, we will have the closing and reporting at the end of August. So this is our plan. I hope we managed to do well our homework and to keep up with the other projects in a shorter time. But yeah, let's see if we have any suggestions. Actually, not actually questions, but we will love your recommendations, if any. Thank you.
Any immediate recommendations?
Of course, questions also, but I don't know if there are any.
No. Yeah.
Yes.
What kind of call it was that you applied for that, and you have the money for? Was it a private equity, seed capital, or?
It was not a call that was launched yet. Okay. We, as Northwest RDA, we are also the managing authority for the regional program, 2021-2027. So we spoke with the general director to see if from one priority we could allocate a small amount of budget for the pilot project to test it. So we managed to do that. They spoke with the European Commission and they agreed to dislocate this 50K for testing the pilot.
So in our, let's say, in our country, it would be the marshal who would decide about the regional money. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
If they have a role of managing authority of RDF funds, then yes, yes. Yeah, yeah. Absolutely, because the program is confirmed at the beginning of the financial period, then any changes need to be discussed with the European Commission. Yeah. Maybe also with some other levels, I don't know, it depends from country to country.
Yeah, also we have a monitoring committee, we have to get it through that committee and all that internal stuff.
Yeah. Maybe it could be good argumentation. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay, with this presentation, I'm closing this first session, and it's time for the coffee break. We assembly at 12:15, not to be too late, because after the lunch we have other planned activities. But yeah, thank you for all the inspirational discussion and presentation. Coffee. Test. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, we continue with the second part of discussion. So the famous policy potentials of our experiment. You're on, Giorgio, again. Yeah. If some partner doesn't have any presentation, no problem. We can just discuss it that way. It's okay. No, it works.
Thanks.
Where's the mouse?
Okay.
Decreto?
No,
No,
not
this
region.
one. This one. Yeah. It's not connected. Yeah, because let's wait for the guy.
So with regard to the second part, okay, so the policy change. This is our goal. It's the second experience in crowdfunding. The first one, where I met for the first time Anya, was Mark Region played just like a facilitator. It was in the blue economy, still a low or nothing scheme. With regard to this one, as I mentioned before, the budget, the ERDF budget is 50,000 euros, and it's a reward crowdfunding in cultural sector or product service innovation, all or nothing scheme, and public matching. It's a prize. Technically speaking, it's not a grant; it's a prize. So it's just to reach your goal. And the project amount, it's up to 20,000 euros. Your project actually could be bigger, but the maximum eligible one for the grant, for the prize, is the 50%. Is 20,000. So this is the main features. With regard to the policy change, our main goal, I think, the main goal of every region is to let SME enterprises to have one more instrument for their access to credit. And this goal actually also help us as a public authority to learn how to behave in this context. As I told before, what we could have improved in our call, it's something that we learned for the first time in this call. And with regard to the current state of art, the call is the crowdfunding is an instrument now implemented in our regional program. So we had to modify the regional program, and actually it's from a timing period, it's maybe shorter than the regional law. I mean, if we had used regional funds instead of structural funds, maybe the time we would have needed, it would have been longer. And so in the first round, we selected 7 campaigns out of 16 proposals. 6 campaigns out of 7 achieved their goal. One, unluckily, didn't, in my opinion, because maybe they sent their proposal, but they weren't very aware of it. I mean, just a few days after the selection, they called us to ask if they could have reduced the amount to be raised. So it was kind of strange because you sent us a proposal with a specific amount, and in a very short period you want to reduce. And then they were promoting their app. It was an app. It's an app music, but while they were promoting the app, they weren't promoting the crowdfunding. So maybe they would, at least they, yeah, maybe they wasn't so interested in our call, unluckily. And so with regard to the 7 enterprises, which has already reached the goal, three projects have been implemented. The other 3, they will be within the end of the year. And now, actually tomorrow and the 13th of October, other 2 projects, other 2 campaigns will be launched thanks to the amount initially allocated to the enterprise which didn't reach the goal. So another thing that we have learned with regard to the call, as a public authority, maybe we could have written better this second round thing, how to manage. We have written a new decree that was implementing the first one, but it would have been better not to do that. And so the amount, the budget for the second round is 10,800 euros, whereas the 2 enterprises asked for 15,500 euros. So we have decided to launch both campaigns, and then the first enterprise on the list, we see if they reach the goal, they get all the money, and then the second one, the difference. Just to respect the list. If not, the second one has the chance to get 10,000 euros. So that's how we have decided to play. And if you're interested, I could share the preview of both campaigns. Sorry, I have to check the link. Just a moment. Abidi Alessia Barbarossa. She's a young tailor, and she wanted to implement a virtual atelier where you can talk to her, discuss her, where she can show you her products. And she asked 5,500 euros. And tomorrow this campaign will be online. The other one is a recycling, which is an enterprise in the recycling producing. I mean, they use all clothes, all shoes to produce the path for sport competitions, so plastic mainly. And they want to buy a new machinery that could help in this cycle. And here the small pieces of plastic. So these are the two, so in this case are mainly on the product innovation field instead of the cultural one. So I don't know if there are any questions.
Questions, thoughts? No?
Sorry. No, I was just wondering because for us, it's our first time in Interreg Europe. So we have, well, I have difficulties in knowing exactly what is a change in policy instrument. That's not. I don't find it easy to understand exactly what they want, what they consider a change in policy or not. So I don't know if you could share, because I don't really grasp it. I suppose that there are many ways of doing it, but I'm not sure how you did it exactly.
We change. We have to implement the regional program. So before there was nothing related to crowdfunding, and now there is. So it's simple, but that's yeah. And obviously. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but we didn't face all the troubles you are into. I mean, it lets me think, but I mean, we just sent our request to the managing authority, which is another unit in Marca region. So they ask us something, but it's quite easy, I would say, to modify, and then the regional government approved. Ask the European Commission, approve, that's it.
Thank you. Okay. Well, do you have a presentation?
It's the same
presentation. It's the same, yeah. Okay. Please, you can continue because Ilta is not here, so we can...
No, but I did it on my OneDrive. Yeah, no worries. No, I can just explain what we plan to do. No, that's not. Okay, so the policy. No, that's okay. Do not worry. Yeah. It's my fault. Okay, we had planned to in the project to change our policy instrument that is our strategic regional plan for business support, which is implemented from 2024 to 2027. So in this regional strategic plan, it is this idea of match funding is included, okay, based on the pilot that is being developed under CROWDFUNDMATCH. Even if it's a strategic plan, that is supposed to be being implemented since 2024. It hasn't been approved yet because it's in conversation still with social agents 2 years after. So, but it's there as a reference. So what we did to ensure that we really stick to the commitment we had under the CROWDFUNDMATCH project, we've included this policy change in the regional plan, strategic plan for innovation. So, which will be implemented from 2026 till 2029, and we've secured somehow a budget, an annual budget for the match funding program. It has the same budget as this one, as this pilot, 300,000 euros per year, and it is linked also to the smart specialization strategy in our region. So it is to be published, approved and published before supposedly the end of the year. So this way we will have crowdfunding programs supported by ERDF in this regional plan linked to innovation. It wasn't there before. And when our strategic plan is also approved, then we will have two strategic regional plan, including crowdfunding or match funding schemes.
I think that this is what is actually expected, that in some kind of the regional plan, also concerning ERDF, you have now this new instrument possibility, and also that you have some budget for it. This is also another part, because if there's no budget, there's no implementation in these programs, you know. So, yeah.
So, yeah, that's it.
Questions? Sorry. So, this regional plan is a strategic document?
Yeah.
And it's the base for the regional program?
Yes, it's
how is linked with the financing?
Yes, we have, in all the regions, a smart specialization strategy, which is implemented throughout an innovation regional plan. So in this new plan that is being that will be implementing in the next years, the new one, we have included this crowdfunding scheme.
Yes, but this is a strategic plan,
yep.
Not a financial instrument, or
it's not a financial instrument, but it involves. I mean, it's how it's somehow the framework to explain or to distribute ERDF funds and the different strategies. I don't know if I'm explaining myself.
It will be the base for the next
3 years.
Programming period, for the next 3 years, because you have different.
Yeah, I don't know exactly why it's different from the programming period of ERDF, but yeah, it ranges from 26 to 29. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that Andrea wanted to ask that it's not part of the operational program, or no, maybe I didn't understand you.
Yeah, it's not part of the operational program. Yeah.
Yes, it is, because it's ERDF funds, but yeah.
So it's a little bit different than in.
It's different from other countries, because for our region, for our country, the regional program had to be implemented between 2021
and 27.
to 2027, and we had to cover planning all this period. We didn't have the break, 2021, 2024 to plan it, and then to do another round.
Yeah, because it's linked to the smart specialization strategy, and they have had a break this year. Not a break, but it's a virtual break. But they are doing right now the midterm evaluation of the reach of the program. And so this is why they have asked for new programs or new activities to be included in that regional innovation plan. Okay, it's a little bit complicated, but it's like this. And 29 I think it's because even if the programming period is 21, 27, it will be extended 2 years. So they are already including the extension.
It's an improvement of the original plan,
Yeah.
actually, with new
Yes, that's it.
funding schemes
Yeah,
and
yeah.
activities.
New
Okay.
priorities.
Now it's
somehow.
clear, thank
Yeah.
you.
Well, it's not very clear, but yeah, because we don't have the whole document right now, because it's not our competency. As I don't know if you hear me. Yeah, okay, it sometimes works and not. But the regional ministry that takes care of this innovation regional plan is right now gathering all the inputs from all the DGs of our region that have to do or that have programs or funds for innovation somehow, and they are then building up this plan and structuring the plan and the different priorities or activities, and it's linked to the ERDF, yeah, the programming period. But 29 is for that. It's for that reason. It's because it's the extended period also included. Because it's always like this. I mean, there are always some remaining funds and some extension to make expenses and so on. So, yeah. So when it is ready, I will send it to you also.
When the changes of any of strategic document that you are planning to announce in the CROWDFUNDMATCH project, then you put it into this policy change part. Yes, yes. But it needs to be officially published. Yeah. That's why we chose the other. Yeah. This other plan because okay. Andrea, Denisa, any additional information? Okay.
The actual programming period, because we have this budget allocated for the pilot project, so we can explain the policy change because of that call that will be open to the regional through the regional program, which was not planned originally.
So, since you will not be able to do that until the end of period 6, you will have to do this one-pager action plan. What will, it's just to let you know what you will have to do in the reporting period 6, when you will describe your policy activities. Yeah, it's part of the report in the Interreg.
Like an action plan.
Yeah, it's a one-pager action plan, actually, yeah.
Okay, but...
because you will not make a change until the February 2026,
okay.
Then...
but we cannot make the change because our pilot project it's being in implementation.
This could be maybe one of the questions that I can discuss with officer, but officially you will not do the change by the end of the core phase. So these plans can be then drafted into this one-pager, okay?
Actually, I will have to ask, because maybe we can provide some documents from the regional program with this budget for the open call through the regional program being approved, and if we can do that until the end of February 2026, then I guess that it will be just fine.
Yeah, so
Just
this could be then option B if this will not happen. Okay.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Region, yeah. You have an extra presentation or in the same? Yeah, in the same.
Okay. Oh, it's working. Okay, hello everyone. I'm Irini from region of Central Macedonia. I'm a financial manager of CROWDFUNDMATCH project for the region. I will present briefly our effort to improve our policy instrument. This is through the pilot action we have planned that Corinna initially talked about it. And to describe our policy instrument, it's also the regional operational program for Central Macedonia, 2021 until 27. It is a core funding tool that aims to enhance SMEs' competitiveness in the region. This is one of the goals. It can provide direct grants under some project terms every time, but it has also limitations, of course. It's not very adaptive, so it usually excludes micro-scales initiatives. And there is a limited scope for, so it cannot support community-driven demands. Yet. We hope to change that. So there is a lack of flexibility for small-scale actions. There is not possibility yet. As I said, it's not very adaptive yet, and it has a limited innovation testing. So there are no many community-driven initiatives yet. And crowdfunding as a co-financing tool is not yet very trusted in our instrument. So what we do in the pilot, as it's in the process now, so we will have the results later on, as it's not yet finalized. We have selected the two SMEs we talked about, Infinity Greece and Polyptychon, that have already ERDF experience. We will support with always the close support of our external experts to design a reward-based campaign, both of them, and mentor them through all this process. And this is always designed with close management of Oslo, RCM's one-stop liaison office. It's the connection with the policy instrument. What we hope to get is these goals. We hope to improve the implementation of ROB not by revising its core regulations, this is impossible, but by adding preparatory tools. We hope always through Oslo to be able to support pilots, financed or not, and micro actions, to promote synergy and to be able to also implement crowdfunding as a co-financing tool that it's trusted, and to institutionalize Oslo's role to be between the policy and SME needs. So, yeah, that was brief, but if you have any questions.
Do you think that these changes are possible until the end of February to prove the change, or you will go into the action?
We will have the end of the campaign until January, so we hope to have even some small results to share. Yes, we hope so, with the support of our experts.
Okay, if not, just then prepare this pager in the report, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Because it's going to be tight, timely for everybody, so yeah. Thank you. Any questions? Comments? No. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Joanna, do you want to say a few words? Like you said, you have a few slides, or? Okay.
No? Yeah. Thank you. Hi, everyone. So our document, it will be very short presentation. Like, you know, our situation now, it's quite difficult. Our document, it's development policy of West Pomerania Voivodeship. The development policy covers areas of activity of the regional government which are important for the point of view of the region's community, economy and regional development. Indeed, the development policy of West Pomeranian Voivodeship, it's a document which provides directions for the future develop of the region. And it's the most important for us in this document. So it was our plan. Our plan, I mean, it was Plan Secretary for Youth of the West Pomerania Union. Like you know, in next project period, you will be cooperate with new department, new representative of West Pomerania region. So now I can't say which which plan will be. I hope idea it will be look like that. So everything will be in 2026. I know that our Marshal Office of West Pomerania Voivodeship already started work on our development strategy. So we will see. And the last information, like you know, we are under reorganization. So for us, I mean for Secretary for Youth of West Pomerania Voivodeship, it's last meeting. So I think you need to wait for information from new department. So that's all what I can say. And like, you know, I'm not good in presentation, so like you see. But of course, thank you very much.
Thank you, Joanna. As Joanna explained, so now first there will be some reorganizational changes, and then we will see what will happen with the plans for policy. Yeah, okay. So we will wait for.
I hope it will be the same document, but
yeah, we will see what will
I can't be sure.
Decided. So thank you for this information.
But thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for good work. Yeah. Okay. Me?
Hello again. So I will tell you something about our change of policy instrument. First, I will tell you something about our policy instrument as it is written in the application form. And I will tell you also about how to situate this action plan inclusive economy. This was our policy instrument, how this is situated within the province of Antwerp. So we had our provincial governments until December last year. It consisted of 4 deputies, and one of them was responsible for social economy or inclusive economy. And within the province, we have the Department of Economy, Regional Policy and Europe. And within that department, the service unit work. And within that unit, there was the team Inclusive Economy. And of course, a whole bunch of other departments. And within this Department of Economy, we had our action plan on inclusive economy, which was valid until 24. It was a 16-page document. And in this document was written a paragraph about Trivident Province Antwerp, giving loans to social entrepreneurs. At that time, it was only social entrepreneurs and not circular economy. So this was the situation till December 24, but we had elections in October last year. As a result of this, we still have 4 deputies, but none of them is responsible for social economy or inclusive economy. In the political agreement between the political parties was written, our activities on social economy will be phased out. So when we read this news, happily not in a newspaper, but we certainly got this text, and then we were a bit shocked. It was also clear that there will not be a new action plan on inclusive economy, so our policy instrument, our existing policy instrument would disappear. And also a reorganization, so the service unit work and the team inclusive economy I'm working in will merge with the unit economy, and it will become the service unit economy, innovation and labor market. Yeah, inclusive economy and social economy, these words are not used anymore, or at least there will be no policy document or no action plan that is focused on social economy or inclusive economy. But there will be a new economy policy plan. It's titled A Business-Friendly, Sustainable and Innovative Economic Climate. It's a 20-page document which is still under construction, so it's not approved yet. And also the difference is this document will not be like the previous one, approved on a political level anymore. It will only be approved, and even that is not sure, at an administrative level. So the texts that are now being discussed between the administration and the politics, they will be approved at the end of this year, but there are more general frameworks and also about budgets and so on, but no specific texts on this level. In this new action plan, there will be, or in this policy document on economy, there will be 4 action plans. One is space for business, second one is innovation, the third is human capital, and the fourth one is support for local authorities. And in this second action plan on innovation, there in the text as it is now, there is again a sentence about Trivident Province of Antwerp. Yeah. And there is written that we will explore different models of financing, like subsidies, loans, and also crowdfunding, crowdsourcing, and fund matching. So this is written in a new document, not in the previous one. Also, the investigation on how to use ESIF is also written in this policy document. And all these things should also lead to the establishment of an innovation fund. And the idea is that the different financing instruments like Dividend Province of Antwerp, grants, loans, and so on, they will be reorganized in a kind of current whole. This work has still to be done. And as I said, this text is still under construction and will be only approved in December and not on a political level anymore. So I don't know how I can prove that there is a new policy instrument that has been approved if it will not be approved on a political level. Because that's the difference. The previous deputation, they really decided, or they worked with in the system of using action plans, policy plans, which they approved on a very detailed level, and the new deputation won't do that anymore.
Okay.
No.
Maybe we can just explain this change, because this is now the change as well, you know.
Yeah.
This is the reality.
Yeah. And I think that even there is a change of policy instruments, we already realized some of the ambitions of the application form. So I'm explaining here in short. So one of the first ambition in the application form was to broaden the scope of the fund. In fact, we have already done that before the start of the CROWDFUNDMATCH project with the broadening to the circular economy. But since now in this policy document, it's on economy as a whole, and the social economy is mentioned a few times in this document. But the deputy wants to broaden again the targets groups of the funds. So these talks are going on at this moment, and for example, climate technology is one of the sectors we could invest, of course. And then the ambition was to find additional resources by using ESIF funding. This is something to be explored yet. And of course, crowdfunding and also the de-risking of citizens. I think all these things are already realized. We raised 30,000 euro in 2 crowdfunding campaigns with these additional shares. Also, the POM Antwerp, Province of Antwerp, is is buying new shares for in total 75,000 euro extra in a period of 5 years. And this should lead to a bigger fund of more than 1 million euro. This is also the size of the fund that is needed to have a really revolving fund. So the paybacks are used again for new loans, and this mechanism can only work if the fund is big enough, and 1 million is a minimum for that. We have also this new category of shareholders I told you about for structural investors. And the de-risking I also told you already about. And then this is about the crowdsourcing aspect and inspiration we planned to draw from Citizen Funds. And Citizen Fund is one of our stakeholders. So they are a member of our stakeholder group. So of course we draw some inspiration. Maybe you remember Alain Bouribon, who was in Caceres. Yeah. We had already our first 2 meetings with citizens, investors who are offering their expertise, as I also told already. And we have this event in May next year with our citizens and entrepreneurs. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? You see that a lot of changes also in Antwerp. So a lot of going on in the policy level. We will see how it will go. Fingers crossed. Thank you. Do you want to add something about? Yeah.
Tests, yes. No, what I already said when I gave my presentation about our two pilots, we didn't make any big changes to our policy. We even, with the current policy, did the two investments. Yeah, the only big change that we made is that we are more used to doing investments with crowd, so that it's more an experience part. And that's the thing already from the beginning. So we have no regulation or things written down in our, how you say that, fund regulatory that prohibits us for doing this. That's it.
Thank you.
Any question?
Any questions? No, I was just checking what you promised as a region in the application form, because now the time will be when we will read the application time more times because we need to finish the project. And I was checking what was promised through as policy change. And most of the regions, I think that all of the regions, promised that the change will bring new project financed by instruments. So I think it's a very low threshold. And I think that we will all be able to explain that by testing the pilot projects, we will gain the opportunity to invite new beneficiaries in the regional policies. So check what you wrote to finalize this session. We didn't promise a lot, so I think that we can deliver what we promised. Because your question, what we said that it's going to be officially the. So, are there any comments, questions at the end of this session? Yeah, babe.
Yeah, maybe I should just tell also that about this innovation fund we plan to establish. We plan some contacts with Utrecht because they have this innovation fund, and so we will draw some inspiration from them, and also about the use of ERDF. So we are not an official mentoring duo, but we will be.
That's perfect. If you can exchange some experience, great.
And I was just thinking about it. In the beginning of the project, we also spoke with the other RDAs in the Netherlands to gather information on other parties' experience on doing investments, fund matching with crowdfunding. Only 2 of the 9 RDAs in the Netherlands had those experience. Only with 1 case, both. So that's also a thing. Maybe I can, when I done gathering information or of our 2 pilots, to share that, because I was thinking about that session that we had of 2 hours. All the people involved in the meeting at the time said, yeah, I want to know more information if you have finished this project because it's interesting. So we will share that also.
I think there are a lot more changes than this officially what we wrote, and I think that we need to promote them, explain them, even if it's not what we have to tick the boxes. But there were also some other changes that that are valuable. So I will talk about more tomorrow how we can present these changes, because there's a separate survey that we as partners and stakeholders will take, explaining to JS what we learned, what happened new. So if, as Bas said, okay, there were no experience before, this is something that then you can write as a new knowledge base in the survey that was proposed by JS, and they want to, besides this official thing, they want to know what changed, what we learned through this process. What corporations were established, blah, 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 blah. So reporting is one thing, but they understand there's a lot of new knowledge produced since we have so many pilot cases, so yeah, thank you. Okay, to expand our horizon, what also other projects are doing, we have here today as a guest speaker, Mr. Molsky. He is director of the Office of Innovation and Development from Mazovia Energy Agency. And there are the partners of the project Grid CE, so Green Transition in Central Europe. We were discussing this on our last online meeting to have one case of another project that also tries to utilize crowdfunding for innovative projects, but I think that we will learn more now.
Hello, hello. Hello everybody. I will not bother you for so long because we have still the main point in our agenda. I mean the lunch, of course. Polish cuisine. I've heard that you loved it yesterday at the dinner. Thank you so much for that. We can show our project and present our project over here concerning different SMEs that we have actually already selected and surveyed in our project. Our project is based more in the Middle and South Europe. So actually, we don't have some different countries in our project of Grid, and we are at the end of the project. We want to extend it. Hopefully, we keep our fingers crossed because this is very crucial for us now for matchmaking, preparing the applications, for example, not only for i3, but also for Horizon, and many other different projects that we can do to support all those companies. So what is the linkage, in my opinion, between you and us? So this is, I think, of course, money. That's the one thing, but I think the basis it is SMEs. SMEs, different ones. I mean, from the startups, starting with the startups, but also with the some SMEs that are already there on the market, and they can be linked together. So the idea of Grid is to link different companies, just like i3. It's changing or it's not changing? Okay. So, for example, this is our companies that we are having, just some of them selected from Poland. That's our logo, so that is why we are just binding them together. And those companies are from different sectors, from economy, and these are those sectors that we had that we have in our Grid project. So we have digital energy, so all the software, renewable gases, just like hydrogen, which is quite nowadays. Different types of hydrogen are playing the key role, not only in the cities, of course. Then we have eco-construction, which is the strongest, I would say, group of companies, and regenerative farming, that it also is quite popular. So different companies can fit, and they are fitting this all groups. And now our goal is what we are doing right now at this stage of the project, that we are trying to match different companies from different our country that we are having, but we are open for another. So that is why I think this is another linkage that we are having, that you can support. When I was listening to your presentations at the first part of your meeting today, that we can actually not only support one, but maybe support service or product which is made by 3 companies in different parts of the Europe, and they can actually not only exchange the products, but they can also make one product together, or the one service to provide the one service together, and get the funding based on the crowdfunding or crowd lending. That's my first ideas, and I will just listen after my presentation. I hope that I will listen to your comments on that. Okay, so let's go for i3. So this is why we have taken this idea to link the match all the companies from different countries. This is the idea of i3, so from ISMEA, European Commission. So, and this is very hard to make, because when there's always a problem when you are coming to the first, you try to get the contact with one company and think about bilateral cooperation, not multilateral corporation that we are having over here. So at least 3 companies they should provide a new service and a new idea and or new product, and that's the idea of i3. So and the money which is provided when you get the support from i3 program, it is very small money because it's about 60,000 euro for those 3 companies. So this is the problem. So that is why if we get so less money, this i3 program, so our idea is nowadays that we match them, we try to put them into the different programs, then we try to get more from the horizon concerning. We'll also talk to PAIH, so our agency for foreign investments, to make use of the companies that we are already having from different countries, and to use their knowledge and their resources to make this matching not only internally in Poland but also externally to make this linkage between these companies, and then to provide idea or the common services to apply this. So get money from the European Union on the one hand, and bless you, and on the other hand, to get the money from the crowdfunding, crowd lending. Yeah. So today we focus maybe mainly on crowdfunding, and we also of course make a use of crowd lending as well. And of course they are not the same, but still concerning the crowdfunding, for example, in Poland, I will just get to another slide and I will explain with the graphic of one person why crowdfunding in Poland has collapsed. But still, getting back to our GREET project, we have great partners from Portugal and Slovakia, Czech Republic, in 2 platforms that they are supporting our companies with preparing and expanding concerning the crowd lending. And one thing that you can make use of our project is also that we have prepared, I think, quite interesting report on crowd lending not only in Poland but also in our countries from our project. So we try to provide them the support, provide them consultancy, how to make use of these platforms, so that those platforms are really keen on helping them. But still, I would say it's not enough, because it's always easier to get the support from, I would say, internally from your country. So that is why we in this report we have provided information on every single country, and I will provide you about Polish ones, because already you are here in Poland, so you will get back with some more details on our market. So I would say in general that our market is focused concerning the crowd lending is focused on real estate, because it is for people quite, I would say, solid investment. That's one thing, and they can understand it. So that's I was saying, and that's the main issue that we are having. So to explain for somebody that this idea, this technology, it is the future. In 5-10 years, it will be quite profitable. It is really hard to explain. So that is why the crowd lending market is focusing not only in this particular example, but also in this one. They are focusing on a real estate. Of course, as some of you mentioned, that we have different engagement of the 2 group of actors, so individuals and companies. Yes, in Poland we also have more individuals who are investing than the companies. I think the people just looking for something different than the bank market. So that is why more individuals, and they are more, I would say, flexible with the money. And of course, the problem is only when as I said before, when the market collapsed. The problem is that so many people could be affected by the I would say, dishonest companies that we were having. Actually, 2 years ago, we have this issue with when the whole market was growing, and then one man actually changed the situation for quite a long time. And I mean, this is the person, Mr. Palikot. He was, I would say, from the marketing point of view, he was really a genius. Was really a genius because he showed people so different, I would say, sources and possibilities of crowdfunding. I would say it was almost 20 companies that he tried to support, and they were all linked together. What I've heard quite a few days ago, there is a problem that he was supported, and those platforms, those platforms of crowdfunding and crowdlending, they were supporting his companies. They were having the same lists of people, and those so they contacted people all over Poland, connected with some banks and so on. And unfortunately, those people were I would say they were not convinced by the consultants to invest, but sometimes they were manipulated, and that is a problem. There's a new, I would say, the quite new issue that should be solved by the juridical system in Poland. So actually, this is the reason. I mean, he is the reason why we have so limited social trust. We heard already today during the presentations, and low financial awareness in society, and this is, I would say, all linked together. We will need at least, I think, 3 years ahead just to re-establish the situation, because people are still seeking. Because our bank sector is very strong, and unfortunately, they are not trying to provide quite interesting products. So that is why if we don't, I would say our commission, supervising financial commission, that they will not act quite eagerly on the market, then people will not trust anymore for crowdlending or crowdfunding in Poland. But still, nowadays, all those issues linked with his over 20 companies, they should be somehow resolved, because so many people lose their money. It was 200 and over 250 million zlotys that people have invested. So it was quite much money. So what we are actually looking for concerning the development. So now we are trying to seeking for quite new models for local financing. Thank you so much for that I could come over here, because being a public body, I mean, Mazovia Energy Agency, a public body established by Mazovian Marshal Office, we can really, with other agencies from the Mazovia region, we can really think about creating this kind of fund, because actually based on our engagement in different projects all over Europe, because, for example, nowadays we have 17 projects from Interreg, Life, and others, I3 as well. So that's one thought that I have after your presentations today, so we can think about it. The second thing is we should be more linked together. We are the only one energy agency in Poland. They were established few agencies in 2009. Only one survived. That is why we are concerning green transition, Green Deal. We are the only one who is acting not only in Mazovia region, but also all over Poland, cooperating with World Bank or European Investment Bank as well. So the thing is how to establish different partners. We also have to think about West Pomeranian Marshal's Office, how to establish different, I would say, regional partners to make a network to make it happen not only in one region on just to just like we know good practices that we are having. We have BGK, so it's a national bank which is supporting public sector but also private companies as well with some loans, for example. So we have to think together how can we create this kind of fund which will really affect not only one region of Poland. Of course, I would, if on the one hand, of course, we need the safer legal environment, but on the other hand, we just like you act, we should really think to support some platforms that we know already that should be some involved in those platforms, just like we are having in our GREET CE project. So the idea is to provide information on those stakeholders, those partners who are really 100% or 99% sure of, and then to make the market grow. What we are still ahead, what was still ahead of us, that is the idea that we are having from Portugal. I think Go Parity and Portugal and this company, Oceano Fresco, they are linked together not because also thinking about crowdfunding and crowdlending. So our idea nowadays is not only just to support those companies that we are having, but also to make them to create new products, new services together, and act more, I would say, in social manner than only on the just looking for the income. Because most of the companies they are very short-sighted. We fully understand that concerning the taxes, concerning the salaries, and so on, so on. So the problem is to make this. I would say strategies for not only for half a year, 1 year, but 3 or 5 years ahead. And that's, I think, our role. That's what I think about GREET. That is why we are, despite the fact that we are at the end of the project, we are trying to make, I would say, recreate, for example, the new product and services. For example, we linked Orlen nowadays with one of the Horizon Call. Orlen, so a very great Polish company with some consultancy companies and also companies that are tackling with the sewage to produce, for example, the artificial petroleum for the ships and for the planes. So that's one of the project that we are now preparing by the GREET, but also we have very small projects to how to link those small companies, showing them what they can achieve in coming years, not only just to gain 20,000 euros just for I would say marketing purposes for one phase, and then to end with actually with nothing, with no partners or with no great success in the future. So that's our idea that we are having. If you have some questions, I will because I don't want to just maybe there will be some questions as well. But I don't. If you have any more, can we stay in touch with you? That will be great. So that's my email. Of course, the colleagues from West Pomerania, also West Pomerania Marshal's office, they will be also in touch with us. If possible, that we can just stay and cooperate together, finding the way how can you help those SMEs? Maybe, for example, taking one from Utrecht company, so local company, with 2 others from Poland and from Romania together as for one project, and to establish it in 3 different places for the same or similar target groups. That's my idea after being with you here for a few hours. Then I think that we can also gather the money, make a crowdfunding for the money on 1, 2, 3 different platforms in different countries, right? So that's my idea for today. I don't know what's yours, and I'm keen on listening to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we have some comments, suggestions? So if I just maybe sum up, you're connecting SMEs that have the same, let's say, business ideas for the.
For example,
Yeah.
eco construction, for example.
Exactly. Yeah.
So we have there was like a logo from Sadar. So they from the waste they are producing mounting systems for solar panels or just for the build up a small hut or just like carport, for example.
Yeah.
And they have the technology. They only focus on mounting systems, and we have different companies that is also making the same way, and they can still, for example, think out the new products to. Yes. Thank you so much for showing me that. So they can, for example, create the new product for the new markets. For example, for Sadar, for example, is very present right now. It is a very small company nearby Warsaw in Poland. And they have the technology, they have idea, and they are already on the US market. So, for example, they can link with other similar companies and create something new, the new product, and make use of already the markets that they have achieved. For example, they are already in Walmart, despite the fact that we are a really small company. It's 100 people involved in this company. So that's the idea that we can do. So we can match 1 to 3 companies. Then we are searching for the funding. Okay. We can use i3, we can use Horizon for the greater projects as well. But also, on the other hand, what they are not doing, or they are afraid of, or they are not using the crowdfunding at all. Okay. So our role is now to convince them, to help them to make this idea come through. That's how do we see those platforms?
Okay, so I'm a company. I come to you. I say, okay, we are doing this and this, and we would like to expand or looking for a partner in.
Yeah, and we are looking for in our database of grid, for example.
Okay, so you're using this international database. Yeah,
because we make use of the funding that we have already achieved. So that is why we survey the firm very in detailed way. Okay. So we know it already. We know them already. So for example, if I mention the company from Utrecht. Yep. Will be open for this kind of idea, then we can make use of the database. Because the only problem that we are having, I think, in general, not only in Poland, that we are running with the projects. As I mentioned, me and my team, we are having 17 projects right now, right? So sometimes we have to be saints to dislocate in different, to be on different spots. So the thing is, nowadays, if we have this database, we have the platforms, we have, I think if we link them together, on the one hand, in our Grid CE project, we have business cases, we have already, but so what can we do? We have also we are preparing these applications for the funding of the EU, but we know already that EU funding is not enough. So the real funding, this is what we are all doing. This is the funding on the side of individuals and the companies, as you mentioned, as we all mentioned, right?
What is the level of financing? What amount of money they are looking for? What is the level?
Between 100,000 to 1 million.
And regarding because you said, okay, you're preparing application for EU funds for them, for the teams, for the projects. If you find matching few companies and they have a deal, you can apply for some call or help them to apply. But in the field of crowdfunding, you are offering
this Go Parity platform.
Yeah.
So which is one for the whole project, right? So we actually two platforms that we are having, and that is why I think in our opinion it's not enough. So if we spread the funding, the crowdfunding onto different, so we made the network of of a product or even networking the companies, then we also can network the crowdfunding for the companies. That's how we can link both projects somehow, because I would just give you an example. There are some ideas, for example, for some projects that we will not root on one market, for example, in Poland, but they will grow in a very harsh way in Netherlands or in Spain. Right, so sometimes we have great ideas, but we are on the not appropriate spot, right? So, and I think this is in my opinion, this is the idea of European Union, that we use the common market, but still, in most cases, I would say in 90% cases, we are only thinking about our market that we are already registered, founded, or so and so on and so on. So. That's why we try to make it together, to go out for somehow, cross the border, or cross three borders, or just act on the European level.
Yes, I was asking regarding the crowdfunding, because you said, okay, now you have a partner, the crowdfunding platform, that the projects can be featured there, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what we are learning is regarding the SMEs and crowdfunding, that they first need some kind of a training how to utilize the crowdfunding, what benefits besides just getting funds can be gathered through the crowdfunding for their projects. Because when we talk about energy, we also can talk about energy community projects, which are very local,
more
regional.
green transition, I would say, or green. Okay. I would say green industries, right? Sorry.
So the focus is different, yeah.
It's a bit different, but I think we have still much in common, right? Yeah. So, of course, there are some topics that we are not covering in Grid CE, but still, what is the difference? We have the companies that really looking for the profits. So, and we see it if somebody provide you the opportunity. I mean the platforms, crowdfunding platforms, will not help you as you all doing that, right? So I mean the difference is in my when I look at your presentations, I look that you specifically looking for the extra benefits, right? Social benefits, for example, on the local stage. And the problem is with the most of what I already mentioned, the crowdlending, for example, companies, that you just click it, you put it everything on the side. Maybe somebody will just, or AI will improve your descriptions and so on. But still, the problem is that it.
No. Yeah, what we are learning is if you don't take the SMEs through the process of preparing the campaign and teach them how to do, it's very difficult for SMEs to decide to use this alternative investing. So all our partners are public institutions. First, just explaining what is crowdfunding, what is good in testing your project through the crowdfunding campaign, not just for the money, but also to test the market, to find new potential investors. So if the campaign is not successful, it doesn't mean, if it doesn't raise the money, it doesn't mean it's not successful. It maybe brings some new knowledge, some new information that you can use for maybe business investors or something like that. So we are more focused on that, how to convince the SMEs and maybe some
prepare them.
How to prepare them, because it's a key to do that.
That's why I see the difference between you and the private companies, right? So because I feel that in most of the cases when we use usual platforms, the companies that usually they do not see the people, I would say, after on the other side, right? And they are just putting the information and looking for the great rain of money, but it's not coming, right? And so that is why I think that nowadays, when I see our Polish market, for example, after 2 years ago that all collapsed, we see that we have to make a new opening to learn how to do it right. And I think you are here the great source of knowledge how to do it right, and the great examples, right? To convince individuals as well, but also to prepare companies. Sorry for taking so much time.
No, we still have 10 minutes. If somebody wants to comment or ask something.
Yeah, just one small question about the type of SMEs, because you mentioned very small SME before. Is it? I was quite surprised by that, because I would think that maybe bigger SMEs are those who take part in such projects, but maybe
they are very different ones. They are very different ones. But what we really was searching for, should be innovative, and that's a very key role, because sometimes the innovations comes with a few people, and sometimes it's they are developed in R&D departments of the big companies or middle-sized companies, right? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we are having a lunch. Lunch will be served in a restaurant on the 0th floor, so we don't have to go anywhere out of the hotel. You can also leave your stuff here, because we are coming back after lunch, 2:30, to the same hall. So I think the lunch is already ready now, so please welcome. The lunch will be served in a form of buffet. You can choose what you like to eat. Działa? Działa. So, sorry that from here, but as you remember, we have our stakeholder, but also representative from West Pomeranian Marshal Office. He asked me to say special guest. Yes, special guest, Mr. Paweł Szeremet. He will tell about West Pomeranian region as a place for innovation.
I asked for better introduction, but it is what it is. I heard better. Firstly, I have to share a little story with you. Something sad happened because it's my first day at work after holiday. So I asked my team to prepare the presentation for you. So we will see the presentation together for the first time. It will be as excited for me as it will be for you. So. My dear friend, which introduced me 30 seconds ago, asked me to prepare a presentation about regional innovation ecosystem. But I spoke with my team and we have decided that the presentation will be about innovation ecosystem in West Pomerania, but maybe not about what infrastructure do we have, how many parks do we have. Firstly, I will tell you about West Pomerania, because it's always nice to know where you are, what economic profile do we have. And then I will tell you about what we do, what as Marshal Office, what we do to invest in this innovation ecosystem and how to help it to grow. So the presentation will be all over the place. I have seen it today morning, and it's good presentation. Okay, so firstly, it's always good to know where you are. I know that you do. I know that you know what the Poland is, and but I guess you don't know that it's the 6th largest country in United Europe. We have a lot of good friends near to us abroad, but we also have, as you know, a difficult situation in the political ecosystem. So we have a war near to our borders. Poland, a few years ago, it used to be 40 million inhabitants. Now it's, the slide said 38, but the truth is it's 37.7. We are like we are not as we do not have as many inhabitants like we had a few years ago. It's just because the Polish people are traveling, they are setting their businesses abroad. So sometimes it's a good thing. In this case, we think it's a good thing. As you can see the numbers. I won't read it to you. West Pomerania, our region where we are, is here. We are next to Germany and to the Baltic Sea. In 2000, we are in United Europe for 21 years, so we are feeling good in this accommodation. Something changed a few months ago. I don't know if you heard it, but now we joined the club of $1 trillion economies, and we are asking for our place in G20. Our president, we guess, will be talking to President Trump to put a place for us in G20, and this only happened like a few months ago. It shows that Polish economy is stable and is growing year by year. And now West Pomerania. So the place where we are now is it's now 1.7 million inhabitants. We are here, as you can see. We are here. We have access to the sea. That's why tourism. We was talking about this yesterday at the dinner. If West Pomerania or if Szczecin is a place for tourists, it is. It will be on the next slide, because tourism is one of the smart specialization of West Pomerania, and West Pomerania is one of the most popular place to visit in Poland. So this is the map of the West Pomerania. And one more thing, the fun fact is that Szczecin is here, our capital is here. We have something about 572 kilometers to go to our capital, so it's closer for us to go to Berlin. It's only 151, to Copenhagen, it's only 465, or even to Prague, it's 490. And the sad story is that, as you can imagine, the Warsaw, the government, the people there, who rule the country, sometimes forget about the Szczecin, which is place not even in Poland. Someone says in place in Germany. It's near to Berlin. Sometimes we got forgotten by our government. This is to prove that Szczecin has good communication. We can go to Dublin, London, or Oslo, on Copenhagen, and Oslo and Copenhagen are very important in the economic point of view, just in a few hours. This is the slide that we show our partners or our company which we like to invest in West Pomerania, and this slide shows why they should, or it is cool to invest in West Pomerania. Firstly, it's all about location. As I said earlier, we're located near to the German border. We have a Baltic Sea. Only 3 regions in Poland have access to Baltic Sea. We are close to Scandinavia, 2 hours drive to Berlin. I guess few of you have seen that drive from airport in Berlin to Szczecin is quite nice. The second one is transport. It's the sea, as I said earlier, and it's the other river, which is quite important. International airport. International. It says like on the slide that we have international airport. We do, but we mostly use Berlin airport because you can go to few more places by Berlin airport than Goleniów airport, which is not even in Szczecin. It's near to Szczecin. International community. We have NATO troops in Szczecin. Like the NATO base is based in Poland, in Szczecin. Therefore, we have all the necessary infrastructure and international schools, which is quite important for investors from abroad, and the diversity of universities, which will be discussed more on another slides. I said that it was quite important, the slide with the map and close to Scandinavian, because in case of economy and in case of where do our investors came from, we like Denmark. Denmark likes us. The new king of Denmark, his first visit abroad was in Szczecin, and it's quite important. And it showed that the economic link with Denmark and Poland is strong, especially in case of offshore, onshore, on wind. Like there are few big companies that invested in West Pomerania and still investing here, and have planned to invest even more. Germany, of course, this is the location. Sweden, Belgium, and Netherlands. therefore we are in project together. It makes sense to be. Key exports products, we have a lot of trees and we use them. That's why it's timber and wood products. We have access to sea, and we used to have shipyard for many years. And when the shipyard ended on its place, a few or a lot of companies emerge, and therefore we are building ships, yachts, and boats. Not even in big shipyard, but in few smaller one, and it's one of the key export products. Machinery and mechanic equipment, cast iron, electricity, and of course, again, sea, fish processing. This is quite important for us. We export to Germany, Czech, Sweden, Denmark, as you can see. The mission of West Pomerania is to be a leader of blue and green growth. The blue is based on the sea. It's obvious one, but the green is quite important for us as well, because in West Pomerania, energy production from renewable exceeds 100%. We do not use all of them, like you imagine, but some people says that wind blows the best in West Pomerania. Then therefore we have a lot of green energy from the wind, and we are a leader in wind power. I don't know if you know, but in Poland on Baltic, we have just started to build offshore plants, and they are the first one on the Baltic Sea on our part. So we are going to have a plant which will use the wind power. And the new thing for us that we are trying to develop and we are trying to invest in, it's the hydrogen economy. We are just starting, but we strongly believe, as our mission says, we strongly believe in green economy. Therefore, we invest money like in wind and now in hydrogen. We're thinking that this could be the future of the energy. And it also comes to smart specializations. We have 6 of them. The first one is about chemical products. The next is next generation natural processing, smart methods of manufacturing products and machines, blue economy and green transport, technologies and services of the future. And as I said earlier, we added tourism and quality of life. Why tourism? I will explain to you just in a second. I will show you the one example of smart specialization. What we do, I won't put a lot of slides about the smart specialization. You can imagine what they're about. But technologies and service of the future, we are focusing on startups in high tech and services. But we are also focusing in this specialization on scientific R&D in the field of life science and technology. It is mostly based on universities, and most of this R&D came from universities. This is the second. This is example of the universities. What they do, we are focusing, or they are focusing on telemedicine, medical robotics, and diagnostic system based on artificial intelligence. Those are the cases that are developed right now, and we do not have a time to talk a lot about it. But we have a star in our ecosystem, a star that works. That works on Pomeranian Medical University. This is the guy who dig graves and who take the DNA or make the DNA test from the victims, or, for example, First World War, Second World War, and he finds the remains, and he is capable to put the remains together with the family. This is one of the star of the world star, because there are not many people in the world who is working on those topics, and he's one of them, and he's really good. So that's why he's on the slide. What we do for our companies, how we cooperate with them, and what we do for them. This is like only the small example how we promote them, or how we cooperate with them. The Marshall has its own award, and once a year we are awarding the most innovative, the best, of course, the best companies in West Pomerania. It is example of promoting them, because the award is the one thing, and the other thing, the money, of course, the prize. But maybe more important are marketing tools that are used just after receiving the award, and showing people that those companies are in our region. And this is the slide about the tourism, and why tourism is one of the smart specializations. You have statistics. There are 15.6 million is the number of overnight stays in West Pomerania in 2023, and the number year by year are similar. We are in 1 year we are on the first place. On the second year we are on the second place of the most visited region in Poland by tourists, especially tourists from abroad. The main reason for that is like we have a sea, and the sea is always cool thing to have in case of tourism. Sometimes we are on the first place, sometimes we are on the second, and when we are on the second place, the first place in Małopolskie, and the Małopolskie is when the Krakow is. So I guess we have heard about Krakow. It's the most it's one of the two places that tourists from abroad like to visit. And just a little show off. In 2023, we received European Entrepreneur Region of the Year award. So 2023 was the year in West Pomerania was the year to promote the companies. And the slide about the universities is quite important, because it's like linked with the smart specialization. Every smart specialization in West Pomerania has its own twin in university. Those are only public universities. We also have private universities, but we do not have place on the slide, so we put only public universities. We have the West Pomeranian University of Technology. As you can see, it's a university about technology. We have a similar university in Koszalin, which is the city on the east side of the region. We have University of Szczecin, which is quite normal university, like psychology, like topics like that. We have Maritime University in Szczecin, which is one of the two maritime universities in Poland. We have Pomeranian Medical University, one of the top medical universities in the country. And Pomeranian Medical University is also very popular in Scandinavia. A lot of students from Scandinavia came to Poland, came to West Pomerania and studied there. Not only from Scandinavia, all over the world, but mostly from Scandinavia. And Art Academy, the youngest university, the youngest university in West Pomerania, only like 7-8 years. It's the youngest university art academy in Szczecin. So as you can see, we have every R&D and every scientific experience in terms of smart specializations. 10 means 10. A lot of things that we do is based on regional operation program, and the things that we do that I will tell you about just in a few minutes are from regional operation program money. This is like the slide to show you how much money we have from European funds and how much money do we invest or spend on innovation or SMEs or entrepreneurs and on saving energy. But this part of the slide is combined with universities because it shows how much money do we spend on universities, because we have a special funding, we have a special aid that that we used only on public research infrastructure, which in West Pomerania means that the money will go to universities, because frankly we do not have private. It wasn't that funny, but thank you. It's always nice to have such a good crowd. That's okay. It's better that they are laughing than they are crying. So we are helping. We are spending money on public universities to develop the public research infrastructure, and we are quite proud of it, because some universities or some part of universities now have very good equipment, and its infrastructure is quite nice. And this is about this part of presentation was about the West Pomerania, the economy of West Pomerania, and how we operate. And this part of presentation will be about helping shaping the ecosystem and showing you what we do, how we support innovation, how we can and how we are going to support innovation, because like we are only one small public institution, and we can only stimulate the innovation in the way that we can. So firstly, who we are, because Marshall Office is one thing, and under the Marshall Office or in the Marshall Office is the unit called the Center of Economic Initiatives, which is like the department of Marshall Office, and this is place where I work. And we are mostly responsible for, as you can see, linking business with science, cooperating with universities, developing smart specializations, and working on innovations. But we also deal with exporters and importers. That's why on the presentation earlier there was like topics about slides about importers, because the Center of Economic Initiatives are mainly responsible from finding new importers come to West Pomerania and invest, and help SMEs, especially SMEs, to export, to do better export and to find new markets. So, as I said earlier, the European funds are quite important for us because we operate on them. Like we have our own projects, plural projects. We have project to help innovation. We have project to help exporters, and we have time to 2029 to spend all the money. We started in 2024, like the project started there, and we have 6 years to finish them. So we prepare, like we have a strategy, and we have divided the projects in phases, and we are implementing them till 2029. In case of innovation project, this time we did something new. We did something a little bit different. We looked at big data. We don't know how to do it, but we get the company that looked at the big data, and we asked them, show us what is search on the web in West Pomerania. Of course, in terms of innovation, not in terms of everything. And we get these answers, which is quite surprising for us, because we thought we know the startups are not the most important thing in West Pomerania. We do not have so many startups that we like to have. But the most frequent appearing keywords on the web in 2024 in West Pomerania were, as you can see, the first place was startup, which was quite surprising for us. But it is what it is. The second one was modern technologies, and the third one was technological solutions. That made us think that we can do something with it. We can support not only startups, but idea for startups. But there was a second thing that we did. We ordered from this company. We asked some question. They made a survey for us, and they asked a few questions. There are a few answers that we got, and some are good. Sorry, I have to take a look at the card. I have 5 minutes. 5 minutes and 16 slides. It is not. This is the most important slide, so we will focus on this slide, because we are very proud of the answers of the data that we collected. We didn't have this kind of data before. As you can see, 50% residents really encounter innovation in their surroundings. Is quite upsetting. Almost 52% residents consider having access to innovative public services as important, which is quite good. Almost 100% of the companies that we checked believe that new technologies are of great importance to them in the context of business development. They believe it is. They not always act on it. 70% of the companies on an average level base their activities on scientific solutions, which is quite not true. We know, because this number is quite high, and this was very surprising that all the companies that we surveyed believe that their workplace foster an environment that stimulates the implementation of innovative ideas by employees. I don't know if it's true, but maybe it is. And the most important thing is that we focus on the companies from smart specializations, and there were a small percentage of the companies that were not from smart specializations. So, 4 minutes, yes? 4 minutes. Very quickly, there will be slides that will show what we do in the project. The smart apps. Smart apps were a thing. All the people are looking smart apps on the web. So we prepared a smart app handbook, and this smart app handbook makes sense in West Pomerania, because this is not only a handbook about what the startup is and what to do with the startups. It is based in West Pomerania, and it shows how to operate, like how to operate being startup in West Pomerania. We prepared entrepreneurs portal where companies could come and could spend virtual money on, for example, developing a web page or taking like, I thought it was a club. It was not, unfortunately. So next next week, we'll have for the third time conference, especially for startups. And the fun fact is that when we are based on the west part of Poland, this is the only conference like this in free region placed aside. So not only people from West Pomerania come to this conference, but also people from regionals near to us. In this year, for the first time, we are going to give an award for Innovator of West Pomerania. The award is for the scientists, and the most important thing, the award is for the young scientists. We do not want to award like professors. We are only going to award PhDs. As you know, sometimes it's good to take the professor away from the equation and focus only on young scientists. We are preparing innovation festival. Not only preparing, we did it this summer. We did two of them. It's to show the people, show the inhabitants the innovation that was specifically made in West Pomerania. We are flying not only scientists, but not only scientists, but people involved in the innovation to the innovation centers all over the Europe. We have prepared graduate studies. We did the first one, innovation broker, which was the study for Center of Scientific Transfer. And the next one we are doing right now is academic entrepreneurship. It's for the science as well. And the second one we'll do in next year will be AI in administration. Of course, training courses, scientific seminars. We are preparing a big mentoring program, especially for those startups or for those ideas that want to become startups. We have something that we called Academic Harbor of Science, which is training for scientists. It will be mainly it will drive to 2028, I guess. We'll start this year, and then it won't be like one training for the scientists. They will be able to invest in they will be able I'm trying to remember how it's going to be. I think that they will have opportunity to find the training for them, and they could choose, I think, 3 of them during the period of time. I don't know if you heard about Poland Rock Festival. It's one of the biggest music festivals in Europe, and we are using it as well because it's based in our region, and we use this festival to build our special platform, and we show businesses and we show universities in our zone. And the last, or maybe not the last, but one of the last one. We do some fun in. We want to have some fun in our work, so we are preparing, or we are not preparing. We are ordering a board game about the innovation ecosystem, which is going to show like universities or infrastructure, innovation infrastructure, or the companies that are based in West Pomerania. And we also use our own budget, because the slides before were about European funds, and we also have our own budget. It's a small one, but we are helping like local initiatives like hackathons or things like that. We are spending money on that as well. And the last thing is we are also trying to to connect to another networks. Therefore, last year we joined ERIN, European Regions Research and Innovation Network, which we are sharing with our universities. We are getting them access to the network to find some projects or to find some partners they could cooperate with. The end. Okay, now you can go sightseeing. Thanks. I meant it. Now you can go sightseeing.
Yeah.
It wasn't even a joke.
Martina, do we have 10 minutes to put our stuff in the rooms, and then we meet 3